I think we're gonna get rid of that France bonus point because of the. Oh, you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Looks like the sound check is good. We are ready to begin the Lawnmower World Cup 2023. We hold this every year since what was it, 2019 or something? We had a delay last year. There's a new event format this time that you can see on the flyer there. So typically this has been a relay race with the US versus France team. Myth, do you want to just kind of talk about that history real quick?
Yeah, so it's Lawnmower was first featured in Mystery Tournaments in 2014, and ever since then it's kind of rippled out and popped up in a whole bunch of other speedrun communities, different speedrun events. So Jimmy was kind of like the torchbearer for Team USA for a while, as well as most of the Mystery Tournament competitors. It was mostly based in the US. But the Ultimate Decathlon is a huge speedrun event that is a French-speaking event, mostly in France. And they had it over there and they loved it. And so these two sort of communities, speaking these two different languages, kind of popped up around this game. And so that was sort of the inspiration for our USA versus France theme. And the grand plan, I suppose, is to keep spinning it out further and further until finally Lawnmower has reached the entire world.
Yeah, so, maybe in like 2035, there'll be a Lawnmower Olympic event. That's kind of the hope. But for now, we're just going to do our little thing here. So yeah, one of the reasons that we did a little switch this year is we used to do a 5v5 relay race where the members of US and France would do their run and then you'd pass off to the next runner around the country and keep going. And it's good in theory, but they were lopsided every time, and not in favor of one country. So I think France won one and US won two. So what we did this time is just made separate events, and each team or each player is going to contribute to their team. So as you can see, there are 4 events. There's the blind race. So we've done this just as a fun thing in past years, but now it's going to count toward the point totals. So that's going to be between Yelsric, the LCC, and Sacri. I can't say French names. Sacri Jus,
probably. Sacri Jus.
Sacri Jus. Yeah, so Yelsric is the US representative. He is a well-known speedrunner. He has the world record in Marble Madness and I think like a bunch of other games, but most well-known for Marble Madness. The LCC has been in the speedrunning community forever. He has a lot of achievements doing like RPG related things. Sacri, how is it, Myth? Help me out here. Sacri Jus. I don't know much about. Do you know much about him, Myth?
No, I mean, he's a big fan of Lawnmower. And I'm trying to think if I remember seeing the name in Ultimate Decathlon. It's a really big community.
Yeah, so that's like, I think Myth mentioned like the mystery tournament, the mystery game event in France. And yeah, we reached out to find a French runner there. And yeah, so we got one from each team. Excited to see what happens. So next on the list will be the ROM hack. So I will also be commentating and not participating in that. And this is a ROM hack that I made. It doesn't affect the game mechanics, but it's 10 new lawns. So what you're gonna see the blind racers go through is just the base game that you can download. That the homebrew game. The ROM hack is my lawns that I made that the players can play through. So that's where people who have played the game before will play it, but they'll be seeing these lawns for the first time. And I forgot to mention, one of the reasons we like doing the blind race is because this game is brutal. This game is really hard. And it's fun to put people who are like well-known speedrunners, well-known blind racers, and just get demolished by Lawnmower. Because the game seems so tame and cute, but it's brutal. It's one of the hardest speedruns I've ever experienced.
Yeah,
So
it's got it's like ring toss at your local fair or something. You have this perception of like, oh, that's easy. I just throw it and it'll land on the thing and whatever. But it turns out actually the mechanics that govern how the ring can sit on the bottle and the material it's made of, actually it's extremely hard to make it work. So you're gonna probably die a lot in this game, and you're gonna think, oh, I really shouldn't have died. I'll get it next time. I'll definitely get it next time. And it just creates this loop that is part of the reason why a community has sort of sprung up around this game. It's a lot of fun, but it's an experience for sure to blind race it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's always a lot of fun to watch. And that's one of the reasons I'm very excited for the ROM hack, because I get to see these people who are experienced in the game, but they're going to experience these different lawns that they haven't been able to prepare for. And then that is going to go into the randomizer, which is the next event, which a lot of you are familiar with randomizers probably from speedrunning. This literally randomizes the lawns. So if you're not familiar with Lawnmower, each lawn has a setup. There's rocks, grass, flowers, and this just picks up all the tiles and shuffles them. We found that randomizers are a bit tough, so we made an easier version, and this seems pretty good. So I think it's a fair difficulty for the randomizer. And lastly, we got the knockout race. So that's going to finish it up, where it's just so there's going to be 3 rounds. 4 people make it to the second round, and then the 2 finalists will race in the final round. So you can see US has -1 point. That's not like a red card. It's just that we have an extra member. So yeah, France, they needed one other person. We couldn't find someone. In Canada, they had someone step out at the last minute. So yeah, so we're giving ourselves -1 point just because, yeah, to make things a little bit fair. But yeah, is there anything you want to say, Myth, before we get started with the blind race?
I think that's everything everyone needs to know, and boy, do I know that our racers are itching to go.
Absolutely. So I'm going to, just give us 1 minute here to communicate with the blind racers and make sure that we're ready to go.
I'm so looking forward to this. It's even in Mystery Tournament, the same games will get sort of resubmitted into the pool and get featured again. So I've had the pleasure not just watching and commentating Lawn Movember events, but also over at Mystery Tournament to watch more and more people play this game for the first time. I've cornered my friends at a get together and been like, "Come over here, come play the Lawnmower game." It really is a cute little game.
Okay, just doing one final check here. All right, I'm gonna count down, and our mowers are gonna get started.
Let's do it.
And it looks like they are off. They should be off soon.
Hopefully we're there to catch it.
Having a tiny technical difficulty in Discord, but we can watch the delayed version in Twitch right now. You're hoping that Sakuraju figures out that there's a B button. Speed up.
Oh, right. We did not even bother to list the controls, so the players truly are in the dark on this as they try to figure out. If you're also in the dark, why don't I tell you how Lawnmower works, also while this ad plays in Twitch or whatever. The goal is to mow all of the grass on the lawn. You restart the lawn if you run out of fuel. That's that gauge at the top. You use the D-pad to turn. You can hold either B or A to speed up. The mower does not stop mowing. The fuel does not stop draining and drains at the same rate regardless of speed. So you get a little bit more bang for your buck if you're going fast, but boy, is it much harder to control the mower. The fuel cans will respawn regularly in mostly random empty squares, so not where grass or flowers is or anything. You can mow flowers, but they're going to take away about a sixth of your fuel or so. You can mow like 2, maybe 3 flowers in some cases and still be okay. But rocks are very deadly. You can't mow them. They drain about a third of your fuel. If you hit 1 rock, maybe you can get to a fuel can. If you hit 2, you're probably done.
Yeah, so looking at what's going on here, it looks like LCC is off to a quick lead. Yeah. He's on lawn 4. There's 10 lawns. He's cruising.
The fastest blind times I've seen for Lawnmower have been like just north of 10 minutes. And just to be clear, the slowest I've seen is over an hour, like well over an hour. So there's a huge variability here, which makes it hard to plan an event like this. But we're going to do our best. And if LCC keeps this up, I don't know. We might see a new record. This is pretty phenomenal.
So I don't know if you remember, but the first blind race we held for this had Cool Kid, and Cool Kid, I want to say, was deathless all the way to lawn like 9, and then he just kept dying and dying and dying, right? And he lost like 10 minutes, even though he was on pace for a crazy lawn. So yeah, this game it's so momentum based. Like even though LCC is killing it right now, believe me, if he messes up once, it could go all downhill from there.
Did really well. Accidentally mowed a flower at the end, but was able to recover. Is hitting lawn 6. There is a bonus point if you manage to clear lawn 6 on your first try, by the way. So a little bit of extra incentive. Notoriously difficult just because there's no patterns. You can't really have your brain line up like, oh yeah, this is the path I want to take. I need to get right between these two things and go this way. Because you don't have the structure, something about it just makes it so much harder for your brain to decide where to go. And that complicates things. So we've got a lot of fuel outs all around Sakuraju as well on lawn 3 here.
Yeah, looks like LCC met his first out of fuel. We call it oofing.
Do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. Yeah, see, I got an emo for it even.
Oof. I definitely... I can respect it for sure. Oh no,
yeah.
Yellsrake. Oh, the fuel is too far. It just was all set up to take that lawn home. But often obstacles like flowers and stuff will be arranged in a line. And if you get misaligned on your path, you're going to end up going straight across multiple flowers. And, if there's 3 in a row, you might just be dead immediately. And you might be thinking, like, well, don't mow all 3 then. But, like, the game goes so fast that by the time you've registered, like, oh, no, I didn't quite hit the turn, the mower has already hit all of the flowers. Like, you're just done immediately. It's so cruel.
Absolutely. And one of the things, too, that you can think might help is slowing down. But, I mean, people have differing opinions on this. I don't recommend slowing down ever. and you may think like, well, easy for the record holder to say that, but I think when you're first like trying to understand the game, there's so much that you're trying to get your hands to get used to. Let's pause that for a second because LCC very close to Lawn 6 here, and he is slowing down. There we go.
And I think it was a good choice, honestly, for that specific situation. And
okay.
I would argue more probably, but
yeah. Okay, I'll agree with that one. But I think like when things are hectic, you're trying to get a fuel or whatever, you go like 4 times as fast when you're holding the B button. So it's very disorienting, I think, to slow down, speed up, and try to manage that while you're also managing everything else. But that's just me.
You bring up a good point. There's you're sort of training yourself, right? The thing about a blind race is that you're learning how to play the game, but you're also kind of learning how to speedrun the game. So your time spent is, on attempts towards progress, but it's also time spent sort of training to be ready for what is next. And if you avoid learning how to control the mower when it goes fast, you're not going to be able to do it when you really need to. And the later lawns absolutely force you to go fast. You can see now the lawns are getting bigger ever since Lawn 6. And in Lawn 7, you're going to need to, you're going to be like at the top or the bottom, and the fuel is going to spawn on the opposite side. So you're going to need to go all the way across the lawn and all the way up precisely through some flowers, right? Like the trip is now getting long and precise, and you're not going to make that trip unless you're going fast. And you need to know how to go fast well if you don't want to hit all these flowers on the way.
So you see LCC mow over 4 right in a row. That's what Myth was talking about earlier. It's so easy to do. It happens in runs too. It happens to all of us. And yeah, it's just over.
I like what I saw from Yells right there. Had the fuel can right next to him, but didn't go for it right away, right? You'd only need to get it when you are about to run out. You can't like stock up on extra fuel. It's a full refill no matter where the bar is. So Yellsrick knew, you know what, I got a little bit of time to get a little bit of extra grass over there, then come back and get the fuel can, no problem. So it's a small thing, but just sort of getting more out of each of the cans, as well as getting the most out of a fuel can that has spawned in a good place is a good idea, because once you pick up the fuel can, you don't know where it's going to spawn. So especially if you're in like the middle of the lawn, you don't know whether it's going to be on the left or the right. So sometimes it's pretty scary not knowing where the fuel is. You put yourself in a vulnerable situation. That's Lawn 5 cleared, by the way, for Sacraju. That's actually overtaking Yellsrick. So really well done there. Is starting to get a handle on this.
Yeah, so Myth brings up a really good point about the fuel like management and planning, because one of the things you might notice, you see LCC go through those flowers. That was beautiful.
Excellent.
Oh man, very smart. And I think Yelstrick is noticing this now too, where notice that he's mowing the entire left side, and then the fuels get like they just keep spawning. So we didn't really talk about the fuel like rules, but the TLDR is the fuel can only spawn in a spot that's empty. So if you mow the entire left part like Yelstrick's doing, the fuel is only going to spawn over there. And what you can see is that you have to do all of this going over nothingness, all of this backtracking, and it's just wasting time. So he is at least, well, first off, I want to say you're going to notice that on Lawn 8. I've been watching Yelstrick, I haven't been watching LCC, but he's killing it on Lawn 8. But actually, it's you can see it on LCC's screen right now, where he has to go, yep, there you go. He has to go all the way back to get that fuel. So Lawn 8 is notorious for this, for people who are, playing this game for the first time.
LCC has made an adjustment. I think he's picked up on exactly what you're talking about, is deciding to mow the middle out first, which is exactly the strategy I would recommend. You're going to centralize the fuel spawns so that every time you get the fuel, you could go left or right, whichever one has the most grass. You can bounce back and forth, mow them all evenly to sort of give yourself the best chance of the fuel appearing somewhere that you can get to it easily.
Yeah, he's very good adaptations.
I can't tell if LCC is intentionally mowing flowers. It's a couple times I'm like, I think no, that was for sure, right? That was on purpose for sure. That one flower.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna give him credit for that. We'll see.
All right.
Well, maybe we'll get a chance to ask him later. Oh, Yelsrick was 65% done. Lawn 6 fueling out. Scary moment for Zachary. Manages to get to the fuel can.
You can see Zachary's doing a similar thing here, right? Where just do the center.
Oh, LCC's going for it. Oh,
there we go. That was close. Good job.
But that's the thing, like, it's pretty difficult to do that and kind of risky, but it's also really hard to navigate through the flowers and rocks all the way over to the other side. Like, what if you didn't have to do that? What if you could just win right now instead?
Yeah, really absolutely. It's tough because sometimes you just like mow around the square that you need to get to finish. You're like furiously trying to, get that last one, but the controls are so hard. We can see that Yels and Zachary are both on Lawn 6. In my experience, it's either this people say is the hardest one or Lawn 10. And it's kind of what Myth said earlier about there's just no, there's no pattern, right? So you want to go in straight lines, but you constantly have to avoid these rocks. Like compared to LCC, where he can just be like, okay, I'm gonna go 4 and then turn, and then 4 and then turn. And sure, you can run into obstacles, but you're just constantly having to do that in Lawn 6. And yeah, it's tough, man.
Yeah, there's something about, I think we've hammered this home already, but the mower is just extremely difficult to control at the fastest speed. But there's something that makes it easier if you are following a line. If you just have it in your head exactly where you're going to go, something about that in your brain makes it easier to make this mower go exactly where you need to go. And the decisions you need to be making about which grass you mow, where when you go back for the fuel can and all that, this stuff is sort of taking up a lot of your mental process. So if you can automate where you're going by following the line, you free up a lot of mental capacity just to make turns and stuff. And so when Lawn 6 takes away what the route is and you need to start really thinking about like where should I go next, suddenly it just becomes a lot harder to make these turns.
And one of the ways that Yelstrick is handling this is with using
94%. A lucky fuel can too. It was right up there in the corner. Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say using the B button and or letting go of the gas, the speed up, and that's where I feel like it's a double-edged sword, because I think if he was going fast, he might have just had the velocity to go and get that fuel. But you see the fuel spawn and you're kind of in like panic mode, and then your mower is just going like at a snail's pace when you're not sped up. Yeah, but he's also using it to pretty good effect here. You can see, in fact, he's using it more than I think I've seen a lot of people use it to navigate around. Just like one single rock, just mowing all the way around it.
It's tough too because it's not really so binary, that the mower goes fast or slow. So there's only like 2 speeds that you kind of need to get used to. It really does kind of jerk at a transition over a period of like half a second or something to that slower or faster speed. So it really kind of lurches forwards. It's kind of an unnatural, scary sort of feeling to try to control. So yeah, if you're feathering the button, that in some way you are able to not be going so painfully slow, but also not breakneck fast. But you also have that sort of lurching effect that makes it hard to predict exactly where and when you're going to be. Now, this is pretty late into Lawn 9 here for LCC. We're hoping for... Oh no, Motoflower needs to go immediately. Is not going. Is going to finish. Wow! A bold decision, and it pays off once again. LCC on the final lawn now.
Oh, that was like one square away. Man, that's intense. So he is on lawn 10 right now.
So the brutal thing about lawn 10 is the rock formations here on the left side. You need to get in and out and around all of these rocks, almost like a toothbrush going around teeth or whatever. You got to make sure you get in that gum line. You know what I mean? So this is to get all the way across these wall of rocks, and then do these really fine, precise movements, and then like, uh-oh, the fuel's on the other side. You need to bail, you know, worm your way back out from the rocks all the way to the other side, potentially back in to the fuel on the other side. Yeah, it's super tough. I think there was a bonus point available if they could finish lawns 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 first try. And certainly no points on lawn 6.
I think out of those, my guess, let me know what you think, but my guess is lawn 8 is the highest chance. Yeah.
I would agree. It's funny though, I've heard people cite basically every lawn as the hardest lawn. Some are more popular picks than others for sure, but I think I've heard someone say, "Oh wow, look at this mowing from LCC! Really big, sort of chunky cuts all the way through, and it leaves just a little bit, and then slows down to clean it up." So I really like a lot of the decisions LCC's make. Mode 2 flowers, yeah, do not go to the left. It stays in the middle, but that's also got its problems. The fuel spawned on the right. That's why you do not want to wait for the fuel in the middle. You can get caught in exactly that sort of guessing game.
There's no...
It's counterintuitive, right? Like,
yeah, there's
more
no...
centralized. You can get anywhere.
There's no, like, right, 100% correct strategy. Right, if you mow the middle, yeah, like, you know, then you mow one side, you don't know where it's gonna be. You got to make progress on both sides. If you mow one side, right, then you have to do all the backtracking. Like, you're in trouble no matter what. It's just a very tough game.
Yeah, there's you can't strategize your way out of it. Now I've painfully I need to apologize. We've missed Yelsrick finally clearing lawn 6. Has moved on to 7 now.
Can someone in chat tell me, is he on the path to doing this oofless?
Ooh.
I've been catching glances of it, but...
Is being so careful. Mode 3 grass tile. Oh, no! That's it. That's it.
Jinxed it. Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Double rocks mode for Sakri. That's not going to be good. I've definitely seen LCC intentionally mow some flowers, but I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, that one that LCC just mowed, and then the one below it gives you a 2-lane sort of throughway. If you're trying to get around some rocks, it's a couple rocks. That's going to be the end of it right there. Just done. You made one small mistake, and now it's over. And then maybe you start to get a little bit frustrated. This is certainly the sort of game where you need to remain cool and calm. If you're the sort of person who tilts, you might completely self-destruct in a blind race of this game. So it seems like all the players are dealing well with adversity. We've seen basically all of them sort of bounce back from getting stuck on a lawn. So I have no reason to suspect any of them are particularly frustrated. Oh, I think LCC is done. 94% Sakri. Oh. Was looking to be free of lawn 6. Yellsrick is doing pretty good. Is being careful to mow slowly in the U shape, but then misses the turn down through the flowers. These U shapes they don't have a nice path. To what you've done. So the fact that every flower on this level is means most of the time, if you're going to hit a flower, you're going to hit 3 or 4 and you're going to lose. So that's the real difficulty behind Lawn 7 here.
Yeah, so before this game started getting optimized, a lot of people who did in the blind racing community would do a lot of races of this just for fun. And it was actually featured at AGDQ. I forget the year, but there was a three-way race between Blecky, Boney, and was it Nightmare?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, and I remember Blecky always had the strat for Lawn 7 of just mowing flowers. Oh, here we go. Let's watch Yelstrick. Oh, okay,
Ooh,
that's smart.
So
that's
careful.
Smart. Is he gonna...
When you see the fuel, you can be so much more confident. You can plan everything. You know how much time you have roughly to get over there, so you know how much you can spend on grass. Excellently done.
Excellent. Yeah, Blecky would just mow the flowers, though. He had a plan to make it so that it was easier to go left, right, wherever, get those fuels.
We've definitely seen that strategy a number of times employed by various blind racers. Oh, yeah, I thought Yellsrick was going to get pretty wild. Back to the fuel. This mowed half of Lawn 8. We were saying this was one of the most gettable first tries here. Is halfway done, but it would be incorrect to say, despite the counter being 50%, I think it would be... Oh, okay, got the fuel. It wouldn't quite be right to say is now half done the lawn, because the entire left side has been mowed. The fuel is always going to be spawning on the left. So you're going to have to make a lot of return trips over to the left, back and forth, long trips. I'd say that was probably more like the third of the way point through the level. And of course, having to make those long trips with long rows of rocks and flowers and stuff can be a problem. Oh. Yellsrick mowed a rock, but is actually able to recover, which is sometimes you will accidentally go over a rock and then react by turning back around and going back over the same rock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That will probably kill you, but Yellsrick actually turned around so quickly that never left the rock, so only triggered collision with it once.
I was playing Rando a couple days ago and noticed a funny mechanic I'd never seen. If you mow into a wall, normally you just stop there, right?
Yeah.
But if you mow into a wall and there's a rock at that spot, you just insta die.
Yeah. It checks for your position, exact position on the square when it is part of the collision thing. So the wall keeps you exactly on the square every frame. So it's just constantly oh yeah, you're on top of a rock, you're on top of a rock, you're on top of a rock. Now this is a pretty good run at Lawn 10 here, but again, the counter says 72%, but really this is kind of the halfway point for Lawn 10. Oh, LCC is going fast. All right, left side's done.
So let's watch Sactor real quick because he just has a few tiles to go. That was
I would go slow here. Yep, you got it.
Yes, there we go.
Victory. Now LCC is fixing to finish here with a 25-ish minute time. Oh, is not letting off the gas. Ah! I would have liked to have seen maybe slow, do a ring around a rock, get to the edge, and then go. But I don't know. It's I mean, if you find it really distracting to be slowing down and speeding up all the time, then it's definitely not the right move, for you. Everyone's different. Oh, Yellsrig looking good on lawn 8. Really smooth driving there. So it's possible any lawn can stop you for basically an infinite amount of time. So Yellsrick on lawn 9 here. It's not impossible. We got ourselves a race for first place still.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier where the confidence starts to wane and the momentum goes away. And LCC might be hitting that point because he has been on lawn 10 for a very long time.
Yeah, there's pride and honor for country is on the line here in the Lawnmower World Cup. It's not just about beating the game. This is still a race. Really would like to take home the gold here, I think, but boy, you have to just stay calm. Well, even when you do a full ring around the fuel can, you have to just, sort of laugh it on, take a breath, do what you can to center yourself. Whoa. Yellsrek charged across 2 flowers, picked up a fuel can, then immediately hit a rock, and then was kind of recognized like that was wild. I need to hold, basically just stopped playing for a little bit. Oh no. 6 flowers, 3 up, 3 down.
Yeah, that's a lawnmower special right there.
Zachary has got 78% done and gets a good fuel spawn next to the grass that you're trying to mow. That's what you like to see. Gets a peek at the fuel can on the left. That's always really fortunate, but not quite gonna get back there. LCC 86% fueling out on lawn 10 as well. Isn't it December? Hey, look. November ends when we say it does, alright? Pay no attention to your calendars.
My calendar says Lawn Movember on it. And it goes up to
and then you
December.
Flip the page and it still says Lawn Movember. Oh.
That would be the best year. It's Lawn Movember every month.
It's one page with 365 days. But then you don't get as many sexy pictures of shirtless men with lawnmowers on them. Oh, 80% done. LCC 3 squares away from the fuel. Yelzeric just patrolling rapidly up and down, back and forth, trying to get the mower to turn.
Okay, he's got the entire center.
It's a good start. I like it.
It is. It's so narrow on those sides, though.
One of the good things about this is while you're working on the left side, the fuel spawns, and you're on one side, so you know that the fuel is over on the other side somewhere. You don't have to play the guessing game. Oh, just really trying to cut it close.
That was good use of the B button.
One thing we didn't talk about, probably because we don't have audio on our end, so it didn't occur to us, but there's a little like boom sound when the fuel spawns. So even when it's not on screen, I'm sure that the players at this point are well conditioned to listen for that sound and know when to pounce.
Yeah. Yelster's looking good here.
Zachary also looking pretty good. Has finished lawn 7 and is getting into lawn 8. Ooh, 93%. What do you finish? LCC would go finish this right now, and it looks like Yelsrick agrees. He was able to go pretty slow even, so absolutely the correct decision, joining LCC on the final lawn.
Wow, what a comeback.
There's this idea when we in a blind race of like, okay, yes, technically they're tied, but one player has been here a lot longer. They've got an understanding. They've got the lay of the lawn, so to speak. So it's hard to say just how much of an advantage LCC has, having been, driving this course for a while. It's like have you really developed any meaningful strategies in your time here? Like, probably a little bit, but probably not too much.
Yeah, the amount of drained momentum and confidence, I think that's going to outweigh it. If I had to say, I think Yelsrick is favored for the next, 3 attempts. But if he also starts losing that momentum, well, LC's is looking good right now.
One rock mode.
He's got it.
That was I think that, well, the mower will actually briefly stop if you grab it on the very last possible moment. And I feel like I saw that little hesitation. I'm not sure. It was really close, though. So this attempt is still alive. Is not slowing down for this one. Oh, boy. Go, 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 go. Where's the fuel? Unlucky spawn. 95%. Speaking of high percents, how about 89 for Sacri?
Yeah,
easy finish here.
Is it though? Is it?
Oh no, it's going back for the fuel. Wow, lucky spawn gets it.
Okay.
All right.
Lawn 9. What a close race,
man. What a fun event. I'm always like, I don't know. It's so fun to be so serious about this game. But then we start and I'm like, of course we're serious about it. Look at this. This is awesome.
Absolutely. We got country pride at stake here.
All right, so the left side's been finally taken. Oh no, actually LCC's playing really carefully. Oh, gets a left side spawn. Sometimes your screen is mostly grass. You've mowed the middle. Now you're working on the side. It's mostly grass, and then the fuel spawns like right there, still right next to you, and that's when you're like, yes.
I think Yelsrick's mastery of slowing down is starting to help him out a lot here, because it's very, very nice to have that skill when you're doing all of these little rock patterns.
Yeah.
But what a spawn! What a spawn!
This could even... I don't think you can finish if you're going to go slow here. Yeah, okay. Yelsrick is going to... I think it's probably going to take multiple trips to finish this. Is hoping... Yep. Is just waiting for a lucky fuel spot. Oh, no! Oh, no! This is one of these things where... If Yelsrick had slowed down earlier, they would have had plenty of time to steer around the rock. If Yelsrick had just gone fast, they would have gone over the rock and into the fuel, but they landed in this weird middle place.
Absolutely. The amount of depth to the strategies in this game is just endless. I love it.
Yeah, I liken it to the classic arcade games. Like stuff like Space Invaders and stuff. Oh no, Sacri. Is Sacri gonna be? Oh wow, so close. I think that's gonna be a Lawn 9 clear here. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh! That was just a one flower. Like, it's really recoverable after mowing just one flower, but Sacri waited so long and was going so slow and was so far away from the fuel.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Space Invaders. That's it. It's done. Forget whatever I was gonna say. Well done.
Well done.
To LCC, our first finisher. That was, I think, over 10 minutes on the final lawn. I hope that they had a good experience overall with this game. Oh, Yelsrick fueling out right next to the fuel can. It was early into the lawn, at least, so it doesn't hurt quite as much.
Looks like we lost Sacri's feed for a second here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Hopefully that comes back soon. I am seeing Yelzrick really just straight up got greedy that time. I'm not sure I've really seen that too much from these players. The Lawnmower is pretty good at putting the fear in you. So in some sense, it's maybe a good sign that Yelzrick still has the confidence to be like, yeah, I'll get the fuel, but let me just do this loop first, get this grass real quick. And then the loop was too long, just could not get back in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, going super slow, just crawled around the rocks. So what happened there is Yelzrick, I think, hit left basically, and was holding left during a transition from one tile to another. And this game will not Pac-Man you around. Speaking of classic arcade games, Pac-Man's pretty good about sort of guiding you around the corners if you're close enough and you're holding the direction. Not this game. You have to be. You only get a chance to turn when you're right on the center of the tile. So basically, I think Yelzrick missed that window and was expecting to have hit it, so wasn't holding the direction. And then the mower just kept crawling slowly across the rocks.
So if we just with a quick lull here, I want to remind the viewers that we got a long day of mowing ahead. This is the blind race, but this is the World Cup, so there's a few different events. Yeah, these players have not seen the game before. If you are tuning in late, it's hard to say this stuff while I'm watching Yelzrick. Let's just focus on him real quick, and I'll finish my thought.
83% done. Quickly up to 89, but this is all of the hardest grass on the lawn here in between these rocks. Each of these, oh wow, he left some on the side here, but look at when the fuel spawns over here, which it's gonna eventually, then you're right next to this grass to get it here. So smart to leave that until there was a reason to be on that side of the level. And now basically Yelzrick is just waiting for the fuel to spawn on the left. Get some middle spawn. That could be good enough.
Here we go. Done.
Plenty of time. Masterful control. It's a 3750. Ended up quite close to LCC. So here's Sacri pretty late into lawn 9 as well. Oh, but it's a crisscross sort of pattern. Yeah. Wise to realize cannot finish. This should be good though. Steps on the gas a little bit, cuts through the rocks. Nicely done. So here we are on the final lawn, but we've seen how long it can be. So who knows when our blind race will finally finish here. But if you've just tuned in, we've got a bunch of events for you today. The blind race here is just one of them. Coming up next, we're going to have it's another blind race, but it's not of the original Lawnmower game. It is a ROM hack prepared by Jimmy Poopins himself. 10 custom-made lawns of increasing deviosity, hand horticultured by the current record holder of Lawnmower.
I planted those flowers myself.
Watered them painstakingly.
Yep.
But the people playing are going to be people who have played plenty of Lawnmower before. So you're going to see, some of the best we have tackle a new challenge. So there is this, it feels good to be mowing grass, right? You're making progress. And there's a real easy chunk of grass all around the outside of the level, because if you bump into the outside of the level, it just stops you. There's no punishment. There's no nothing. So you'll often see players just mow the outside rim of grass. There's usually no obstacles there, partly because of how the code works. It'll just kill you in certain situations. But I think it's a mistake. I don't know if you want to create the opportunity for the fuel to spawn in all of the furthest away locations on both sides of the lawn. I think you put yourself in kind of a weird situation. And also, while you're making all these trips left and right, you're probably going to be making those trips along the edge of the level. So you're going to be mowing that grass eventually anyway.
Yeah, whenever I tell people about this game that are learning it, or even just in my streams, I talk about how this game just teaches you good life planning skills. Because it's so easy to be like, look at all that grass, I'm just gonna mow it. And then what happens is you set yourself up for these bad fuel spawns, right? You're gonna have to go through all of the hard stuff at some point. Get it done sooner rather than later, and you set yourself up for success.
Ooh, nicely done by Zachary. Had a really tough fuel spawn there, navigated it very well. Is on this classic sort of all of the hardest grass on one side is left. Okay, a middle fuel spawn. Oh, went for a little bit of extra there. The confidence. I don't think this is enough at slow speed. I don't know. Oh, maybe it is.
It is.
Oh,
it is.
such. Oh man, what calculations here done by Zachary. Well done. I feel like we saw like 3 different play styles emerge here, and I'm.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of self-expression involved in Lawnmower. I love this game.
Yeah, it's great. So I'm gonna try to pull in these blind runners for an interview if we can get it. Let me update the standings also. So standings are updated.
I'm always curious to find out where the players were at. Yeah, so just a reminder, we'll be having a blind ROM hack race of 10 custom lawns coming up after this interview. And that's not the last event either. We've got a randomizer race and the knockout tournament. So that's all of the speedrunners of the base game just, doing a speed run for a video game like you may see on this channel from time to time. And,
so I don't know if LCC's gonna make it, but I have Yels and Zachary, so I'm gonna pull them in.
All right.
Hey there, Yelsrick, Zachary Zhu. Congratulations. That was probably one of the best blind races of this game that I've seen. All the way up to the wire. Like even at the end, Zachary, you were so close to getting everyone on lawn 10. So yeah, Yelstrick, you just want to start here? Tell me, how was your mowing experience?
I apologize. I just got my audio coming through my ears here, so I missed if that question was for me.
Just walk us through your overall lawnmower experience.
It was fascinating for one thing. I think
yes,
the it's so realistic insofar as I know how unwieldy a lawnmower is in real life, and I think it was emulated appropriately in the game. There's I'm not a Star Tropics speedrunner, or like I haven't played the game in a long time, but the way the steering was, like I was getting the vibe that like if I played Star Tropics, it felt like the inputs could be buffered, but I'm not good at that sort of thing. So I never quite figured out what exactly was the best way to steer, and I made lots of bad last second decisions by like pressing a D-pad input to turn, assuming that I must have turned and then starting to accelerate, and then
And then
just
4 flowers
yeah,
got
careening
mercilessly
into
torn to shreds.
flowers and rocks, and I think there was at least one level there where I was up in the high 80s to earn an extra point for USA for like a first try on one of the later levels, and then I just this turned just a touch too early, and I was like, oh, I did it again. That's like the 20th time I've done that, and I don't learn. But it's a really fascinating game, to be sure. Like there's I can safely say that having played through and finished the game once, I still don't understand how the steering works. So, but it was a lot of fun though. And GG's to LCC, GG's to Sakura. Great race.
Yeah,
So
so
Sakura, how was it for you, Sakura?
So it went in 2 parts, I think. First, I learned how to go faster, and it wasn't a good thing to learn.
I mean,
And
you kind of
the
have to
second,
go fast sometimes, right? Like when
yeah,
the fuel can spawns far away. So it's good to build up that skill.
yes. But the second part of my run was figuring out I didn't have to go fast all the time.
Yeah. This is it's it's just there's like an arc. You'll see a lot of people uh really start to figure the game out over time. There's kind of a lot to appreciate about the game. And certainly like, sometimes slow is really useful is definitely one of those lessons.
hmm Yeah, especially in those tight spaces, especially on the 10th level, or even 6, um, with those patches of grass in between flowers and rocks.
Yeah. You handled 10 actually the best. It was LCC got there first, way out in front, and then was there for a while. Yelzerg actually caught up for a little bit. Um, but you must have cleared it like fourth try or fifth try or something. Like it was really good.
Maybe like a 10th try, I believe. Although my attempts were really fast, so it went pretty went pretty fast too.
So we did manage to get a hold of LCC. Hello.
Hello. I'm here now. Hello.
How
Oh,
was your experience?
it was good. It was one thing I didn't realize. Like I'd seen the game before, but I didn't realize that the fuel cans always spawn where you've already mowed.
Mhm.
So that kind of it's an interesting thing because the way I started trying to do it was trying to like build out from the center because the center would always have the fuel cans spawning, right? So I wouldn't have to
Right.
go out on the edges of the screen and then go all the way back and forth. So I just tried to like get to the middle section done, then do like one side, then go to the other side. And sometimes it's just you got to go for it because you never know where it's going to be. Like that 10 I did, I screwed it up a lot at the end, but it was also always spawning the fuel can on the very left side like 50 times, and I was always doing left side first. It was really, really good how that ended up happening.
Yeah, it seemed like you were the first one to appreciate if you mow like the left side first, you're going to be making a lot of trips all the way to the right side and all the way back
Yeah.
for fuel. It seemed like you were the first one to start sort of
Also started
centralizing.
mowing flowers too on purpose just to get them out of the way.
Yeah, it's a controversial technique, but we've seen it deployed a number of times from racers throughout the years, and it certainly here and there's a flower that like it's easy to say like, well, just don't drive into the flower, but like I don't know,
Well,
you
I
can't
mean,
guarantee anything in this game. So
yeah, like on 10, they've just kind of lined up where there's like a single vertical line of grass you can cut, but there's flowers directly beside that you can just remove, get your fuel in the center, and then they're gone forever. You don't have to worry about them anymore. So that's what I was doing for the most part.
Yeah, it was also pretty useful on 6.
7
six,
probably.
7.
Yeah,
so
6
Oh.
was just rocks.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, trapping the rock's probably not great.
Scattered randomly.
Yeah, I think I got traumatized.
Yeah,
But
you,
that
you
was a
and
sticky point.
Yelstrick, you and Yelstrick were on 6 for a very long time. LCC
Yeah.
was on 10. You guys
I
were on
spent
6.
I spent like 10 minutes on it.
Which is common. It's a lot of people would put it as like the hardest or second hardest. What?
Yeah,
Did
My
you
splits
find?
tell me I spent 7 minutes on it, 7.5 ish. So that tracks. Is that the one? I can't remember which one was which, but is that the one where it's very common to get a gas can in the top left corner? Because I was like cursing at myself, muttering under my breath as I was like the 20th try. I'm like, can you stop mowing the top left corner, please? Because the gas can always ends up over there. Like, go do that last. Go do other parts and come back.
Well, it's the one that is just it's all grass and rocks just haphazardly scattered all around.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
And I think it's the first one where you get the full size lawn, like a lot of space left to right, and now suddenly there's like a visibility issue in play where like the fuel, you heard the fuel spawn, where is it, right?
Yeah, there were definitely more than 5 times during the race where I lost because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hear the sound. And I'm just haphazardly mowing, waiting for it to show up on screen, and then I died. I'm like,
Oh,
oh, right.
I almost felt like it had like a rhythm to it, right? It spawns the same.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It sure seems to.
You pick up one fuel, and then I don't know the exact time, but it's a set so many frames before the next one.
It's like
I
when you
have
get half a point of fuel, if you don't get into rocks or flowers.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I had 2 questions, and then we'll call it. The first one is for LCC. What happened with Lawn 10? Why was that taking you so long?
I kept not turning and running into rocks.
Okay, yeah, that is a very common thing in this
So
game.
that and the fuel canisters were always spawning on the far left side. I would say 90% of the time, and I always had to go back all the way to the left and get it. That killed me a couple times just because I was already on my way over there, but couldn't make it in time.
Yeah, I mean,
And I feel like sometimes like the turns lag a bit, or like I'm just trying to do it at the wrong time and feel like it's going to work, and then it doesn't. Then I turn too late or too early, and just ends up in a rock. So I ended up choking it. I would say 5 or 6 times, at, like a tiny bit of grass left because I ran into a rock.
see, I was thinking maybe you just wanted to make the race close, but
Yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was incredible though. Congratulations, LCC, all the way through and finishing
thanks.
strong. My other question, and maybe Elster can answer this, and I'm curious about the others, is how did you all utilize the letting go of the speed up button? Because you can go fast, you can go slow. What was your strategy there, and do you think it was helpful?
Go ahead.
Sometimes it's for turning on tight corridors. Like if there's 2 rocks adjacent to it, like 2 rocks and a grass spot between them, and I want to turn into that, and that's it. I'd probably slow down for that, or like any kind of just very very tight location where I'm not really confident in just going fast and doing 2 turns back to back. Typically, is where I do it.
Yeah, I'm with LCC on that point for sure, where there were some really tighter sections where, you've got like rock, grass, rock, or like rock, flowers, rock, and it's just like these little like L-shaped and J-shaped sections that you need to get through. I was definitely being more cautious around those. Certainly wasn't gunning it into those turns. But then also, even if I was going down a long straightaway at speed, I was trying to get into the habit of releasing to turn. So if like I'm on the left hand side and I've got a wide open line back to the next gas can and it's in the middle, I might be flying down like the bottom row, but I'll still slow down to prep for the turn and then reaccelerate again to go and get the gas can. Or at least I would try to remember to do that. It fell flat plenty of times where I didn't end up getting that done. But I'll give myself credit for the effort that at least I was thinking that should be the approach that I was supposed to take, just to make sure that I line it up right. Because again, like one wrong steer, like I want to say, I feel like I had one. If I had been able to maintain that strategy through one of the last 5 lawns, I think it might have been 7. I might have actually snagged an extra point for the U.S. because my first try, I think I got up into the 80s, and I just made one. It just slipped my mind. I didn't turn. I didn't slow down for the turn. Plowed through some flowers, and then that was it. So, but yeah, so tight quarters and just slowing down for important turns.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds
so-
like slowing down was important to you, Sakri.
Yeah, for me, it was basically go faster always until I die multiple times and learn. But sometimes I need to let go.
Okay, well, thanks to all the blind racers for starting our event strong. That was great, and yeah, let's root for all their countries. Congrats again, LCC in first, Yelstrid second, and Sakri third. It was a really good race. We're gonna take a short break, like maybe 3 minutes, and yeah, we'll get on with the blind or the ROM hack race.
GG's, folks. It was a lot of fun.
GG's, thanks for having us.
Yes.
Marcus Ritter, Ghost of the Past. Qui est sorti très récemment.
Actually, most people are on Lawn 2. This is named after one of our friends in the speedrunning community, Jorf.
It's Jorf.
It's Jorf.
Is this Jorf's favorite level? I don't know. Is he so vain as to like the one with his own name?
This is Jorf's level. So this is the one that people have said this is challenging. And I think just my experience in this game, this one was not very challenging for me. But I also, to give you a little bit of history on this ROM hack, I had a different Lawn 2 at first, and it was pretty boring. So I wanted to make it more exciting, and I came up with this one. But yeah, this is a little bit on the challenging side. I've been told there were 2 people who tested this ahead of time. One is Myth, the caster, and the other Dark Alexander, who was kind enough to restream for this event. So you can see that there's all of these flowers, right? And obviously that's going to make it challenging. Looks like Moly Man finishes.
Yeah, not so challenging for Moly Man. Wow.
All right, so we got Lawn 3, which is just all the corners.
With
Moly Man cruising.
I think Moly Man was feathering the gas a little bit here and there on the turns. I don't know. It was just so masterfully done. I've been watching Moly Man. It's hard to look away. Something about the way that the very, very, very best players are able to finesse the mower. Because you've probably saw in the blind race that people were really hesitant to make small, precise movements. We got a Sejuf as well on this, on Lawn 4 actually, so doing really well here on the top of the screen. But you can, sometimes the most optimal thing is to snake back and forth on doing these little one-tile movements while you turn. But the mower is so hard to control that a lot of players start to shy away from that. They start to prefer these really long lines. So watching the best players really go at it, you'll see that they really are able to control the mower on a whole different level.
I'll see you've going out of fuel there. One of the things that I'm noticing, because Seiyuf and Moly Man have done a lot of randos. I know Seiyuf has been practicing the randos for the upcoming event. You can see that they're strategically mowing over flowers. So you can see Seiyuf right now, actually. Yeah, the close grab there. But the bottom left, he just said, let's go through it. All right, let's look at Moly Man. I had fun designing this one. You might just, destroy it. You just go in a straight line. Okay, he gets it.
That might be enough to just finish.
Yeah, it is. Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah, this one is... So we talked a lot about how your brain is so much better at steering the mower when there's a path in mind to follow, and this one lays it all out for you. But eventually you have to leave the path for fuel, and it just immediately puts you into panic mode here. So it looks like we're going all the way back for a second one. Oh, it's going down below. That's a clear. It's got to be. Okay.
Ooh, so this is a remake of the original Lawn 7. Just making it a little bit harder, adding some rocks, adding some flower beds on the right.
Yeah, I was surprised at how much harder this made it for me. Like Moly Man is doing here, I was finding myself mowing a lot of flowers to open pathways in this one, which is not something I thought I used and thought was good even for me on the original Lawn 7. There's just something about the presence of these rocks encourages it. Oh wow, a quick 6 from Sejuf as well. Sin just clearing 5, so going to be moving on to 6. And that's a clear as well for Jeekin, so is going on to 5. Everyone's doing extremely well. This was a, 20 to 25 minute affair for me. Mostly, Lawn 2 definitely held me back longer than anyone here in this race. But yeah, these folks are looking to to tear apart a 20-minute time. This is some fantastic lawn work here.
Yeah, I don't think we had we have a timer going here, but it's they're doing a good job. Lawn 10 is, in my opinion, pretty hard. In fact, that was one of the reasons I wanted people. Oh, Mowing Man goes out of fuel right at the last bit there. But yeah, that was one of the reasons I wanted people to beta test it to see if Lawn 10 was too hard, and I was told it's okay. So we'll see what these runners do with Lawn 10. And if you pay real close attention to Lawn 10, I'll remind you when you get there. It might look a little bit similar to the original Lawn 10, just a little variation on it. I'll put a little emote in chat to remind people what the original Lawn 10 looks like.
It's 95% done Lawn 5 here for Jeekin, and as a fuel spawn on the other side of the mowed flowers there. So even at slow speed, wow, the fuel's really helping them out. That's certainly going to be clear of 5. 8 is cleared for Moly Man here on Lawn 9 now. The little one tile of grass in between the flowers was particularly cruel, and Moly Man is not respecting it at all. It's just going straight over the flower afterwards and is like, yeah, whatever.
That was kind of a design choice by me, actually. I was like, yeah, let's just, yeah.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I didn't see this when I was playing it last time, but...
Well, this is Lawn 9. Lawn 10 is also the same, but here we have a happy face and a sad face.
Yeah, and there's like some cheeks and some little blushies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what they've been turned into here by Moly Man. Oh,
okay,
6
so
is not over. Okay, there. Jeekin gets the... No, there's one more. Okay, sorry, there's a whole right side. I just assumed when we were going left that we were done, but... Well, the fuel really helping them out. Bright Shadow as well. We swapped in Bright Shadow in the bottom left. Playing for Team USA is on Lawn 9, doing extremely well. Ooh, here we are on Lawn 10.
We got
Angry
the
face.
angry face.
Of particular note in this level, aside from these rings of flowers, really forcing you to go a long way to get sort of in and out to any grass or fuel, as we just saw. There's the 2 tiles of grass on the other side of 2 flowers on the very bottom middle of the level. So I left this for last, and I dove in and finished, but I was so nervous about having enough fuel to do it. Like, if you get a fuel can all the way in the top right, and then you drive all the way over there, are you going to have enough to also go through 2 flowers and finish? Like, I think probably, but I don't know. I wasn't sure.
Oh, he was on the rocks.
Whoa.
All right, GG Moly Man. Did he out of fuel? I should have said we should watch closer, because there's a bonus point if you do it perfect. Like, no,
I think that was first try for Moly Man on 10.
I'm pretty sure this is Bright Shadow's first try too.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be it, isn't it? Bam. No problem on Lawn 10.
No first try. Okay, I think Moly Man. I wanted to say I thought I saw him. Yeah.
There's a lot of racers, and the action is pretty fast here in the Lawnmower. We got a fuel out for Sejuf on 9, Jeekin on 7 in the bottom right. We're swapping in Magic K now on 6. I think 6 is fun, but it's not that hard. I think it's nowhere near the original 6 in the base game.
It's definitely like a low-level skill test of, can you control the mower well enough to follow this? Because I'm helping you out, but some of these turns are not trivial.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be able to move at that speed.
Oh no, 94% Jeekin fueling out on lawn 7. Sejuf 100%. That's a clear of 9. Moving on to the final lawn.
Let's see if he can earn an extra point for his team. This would also give him the 3rd place finish for points.
It's off to a great start. Mowed not just 1 but 2 flowers there. So it's sort of anticipating, you know, if the fuel spawns in there, I want to have an easy time to get back in. And 2 flowers is kind of the sweet spot. If you mow 2 flowers, and then you immediately go into, I'm going to go for the fuel wherever it is as fast as possible, you would have to get very unlucky in order to not be able to get to the fuel. So when someone decides to mow a flower, it's pretty common to see them go for 2, because you might as well.
Yeah.
And the finish, there it is.
There we go. Was that that was flawless, right?
I think so.
All right. Well done.
Well done. Super impressed with what everyone is doing here. So Jeekin's still on 7. Has been stuck here for a little bit. It happens. We gotta work through it. We got Sin back in the bottom left. Has mowed out the middle. So also as, you know, I'm sure all of our players are aware of the nature of the fuel spawns and what you can do to influence them. I like this pattern. This sort of negative space pattern. Sydney had managed to draw, but that should be a finish, I'm sure. Yes.
There we go.
So Magic K also on 7 in the top right. I think these are our last 3 racers.
Believe so.
Sin unable to get to the fuel. Fuel out as well, 84% for Magic K. Oh no! Jeekin, it was going so slow. It would just trying to be careful, but there's kind of no winning in this game. Whether you're going slow or fast, it's still so possible to make some sort of movement error.
Mm-hmm.
And so easy for that to just cost you everything.
I think lawn 7 is pretty challenging. That's probably also on the harder side, I think.
I think along with 2, it was the hardest for me.
Okay.
Ooh, nice. Through the flowers there for Magic K. And then, oh, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's the sound that's the sound you make every time it happens.
That's the sound your brain makes.
Uh-huh. So a fun fact about that lawn too, if you remember the Jorf lawn, it used to have grass on the outside. So it right now this version has, I think, a layer of 2 flowers. And the grass version was just so boring because you just mowed and mowed and mowed and yeah, whatever. But the flowers, it made it look better. It added a little bit of difficulty, and it changed the level to focus more on like navigating around the letters, which I thought was a really good change.
We've got this lawn 7 finally defeated for Jeekin. Oh, but not Magic K. Yeah, it's actually Bright Shadow pointing out in chat, one of the finer mechanics of Lawnmower is that the fuel behaves differently on the early lawns that are 1 square wide. You I don't know if exactly what's happening, if like the max fuel is lower or whatever, but I know that, for example, you can mow at most only 2 flowers in the early lawns before you can get to a fuel can, and then on the bigger ones you can mow 3 flowers and still get to the fuel. So having to do a big lawn like lawn 2 with lawn 2 fuel mechanics is an extra little spice.
That is interesting. I've never heard of that. I'll have to look into that a little bit more, figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, I noticed it doing the highly prestigious all flowers category, where you mow every single flower in the game intentionally. Because I would mow 2 flowers and then barely get to the fuel, and I was like, okay, that's the limit. It's 2 flowers then a fuel, 2 flowers then a fuel. But later on in the bigger lawns, 3 flowers is more than doable. So lawn 10 for Sin.
Mm-hmm. And Magic K caught up. He and Jiken are both at lawn 8.
Ooh, lucky fuel spawn, but really didn't want to, sort of, I think was kind of surprised by the fuel spawn, wasn't able to take full advantage of it. Still has some grass awkwardly in the middle, but another good spawn is the start to a lawn 8 clear here, for sure. Sin on a pretty good run in 10 as well. Ooh, now one of the worst fuel spawns for Magic K. Sin mowed a couple flowers there, but the fuel was right there, so it's okay.
Yep, and he already got the teeth. Got the right ear. Just the left ear to
go. Okay.
Oh,
1 flower. That's okay.
Okay, done.
Wow.
Good job, Sin. Good job.
Magic K as well. Cleared 8.
Yeah, Magic K is in the lead now with these last 2. Remember that even though they're not earning points for first, second, third, if they get an oofless lawn 10, right? They get a first try, they will earn a bonus point for their team.
Yeah, and 1 point is like kind of a lot of points in this event. There aren't too many points to go around, so yeah.
Yeah, the fact that Sayuf and Bright Shadow got those, it's a pretty big deal. I realized I should have put a link to the standings. Let me send this to the viewers. You can see that in chat there. I think that works.
Something that happens when you're playing Lawnmower sometimes is that you start out with some kind of pattern. You develop like an opener on a level, and you probably try a couple things, but then eventually you find something and you're like, no, that feels good. That's my opener. And so I've seen that a couple times from Jiken on Lawn 8, but was unable to find the thread to get back over to the left. And once you miss it, it's difficult to try to correct it afterwards. So that one falls apart. Yeah, I elected to go slow and nudge around the flowers and stuff, but I'm starting to see the value of just go fast through the flowers.
Mm-hmm.
Like the amount of fuel you waste going slow around the flowers, like it's probably pretty comparable to just losing the fuel from mowing a flower.
Yeah, exactly.
I found myself mowing the topmost and bottommost flowers, so I had a path along the edge in this level as well. Even though the middle is like pretty open, and generally where you want to be. We've talked about how being in the middle, left to right, can put you in an awkward situation when the fuel spawns and you don't know what side it's on. But your mower being in the middle is nothing but an advantage to get to wherever the fuel is going to spawn, high, low, or in the middle. So you don't really want to be on the edge. Not a high priority to leave yourself a path there. But it is nice because you can use the edge of the level to safely get you lined up. Deacon fueling out nowhere near the fuel on the right side of the level. I don't know if their plan is to just get lucky with the fuel spawn or what. Oh, decision time. What are you going to do, Magic K? You're going to go to the grass, the fuel? Okay. That's a clear onto the final lawn.
Alright, can he do it? Oofless. Oh, goes right for the teeth.
Wow. Picked clean. Oh no. You can mow 2 flowers, but you can't go slow and wait that long and then mow 2 flowers.
Yeah. So it's kind of dangerous to do what he just did, where you do that little, I'm gonna dig those 2, because now the fuel can spawn down there. And this is something we'll see with the rando, which is the next event, where there's a lot of planning, and you can get some very odd fuel spawns that are really just not good if you mow things in the wrong order. Have you played very many randomizers of this?
I think I've done 1 or 2 tops. So I'm sure there will be plenty of surprises for me, just sort of commentating the race and getting a bigger idea of just what is possible to be generated.
Yeah,
a lot of flowers mowed there for Deacon. Having a lot of trouble on Lawn 8. It was a long Lawn 7, and it's proving to be an even longer Lawn 8 now.
So I think we told them a cutoff time of 35 minutes. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I think so too. Just to put things in perspective, it took me around 25 minutes to do this when I played it. Everyone else was they just did fantastic.
Yeah. So I will talk about the rando, or actually no, I'm gonna watch Magic K here finish.
There's the fuel. Very fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can go slow the whole way here, but another lucky spawn. That's going to be enough to close it out, I'm sure. Could have gone for the fuel, but it's like equidistant to the grass, so you might as well go finish up. That's a well done.
Well done. Sin, but
Team
very
USA
nice.
graphic. They made an effort to get all of those stars in there on the
That's
flag.
impressive. Yeah.
Yeah. I've noticed sometimes, so like broadcasts and stuff will want to represent people in countries or whatever, but there's not enough space on their UI or their layout or whatever to get all of the details of the flag. So I've seen some images of American flags with clearly less than the stars that they should have. Someone's gone the extra
finishing.
mile here. That was unfortunate for Jeekin late into Lawn 8.
Yeah. Well, let me talk a little bit about the rando, because I will be racing in the rando and also the knockout tournament, which follows. So Myth is going to be doing solo commentary on those. But for the rando, usually it just takes the original game tiles and shuffles them. for each lawn. But in order to make it a little more accessible, we basically removed some flowers and rocks from certain lawns. And so it's like an easier randomizer. If you're familiar with a lot of randomizers, they have little like sliders and stuff where you can change settings to make it on the easier side. And I would say this changes the difficulty from like a 9 out of 10 to maybe like a 7 out of 10. So it's still challenging, but we're going to be removing rocks and flowers from some of the lawns to ease it up.
I like how this lawn is going, and I like the way that Chicken is playing it. Mows out a lot of one side, then goes to the middle, then goes to the other side. And now basically wherever the fuel spawns, that's where Chicken is going to be mowing grass. And has grass everywhere. So every fuel spawn is good.
All right.
And then just gets one last good spawn at the end to clean it up. Nicely done. Fuel spawned right on top of them. Able to recover. I do like the Smiley sort of reacting to you mowing off the corners of his face with his smile, losing a little bit of that smile. I would too, especially if I mowed 6 flowers all in a row. Ouch.
It's kind of hard to see. I noticed it on Jaiken screen there for a sec. I'd have a really keen eye and probably have played this game a lot. But if the game has trouble finding a spot to spawn the fuel, because the algorithm is not that great, the game will feel like it speeds up. And you can see that happens sometimes immediately when a fuel spawns, because that's when it starts trying to find the spot for the next one. So yeah, you can see sometimes right after they pick up a fuel, you'll see this little speed up, and it makes it really hard to control. And it has to do with the fuel spawning algorithm. It only, first off, we talked about this earlier, it only checks spots that are mowed. So if there's like, the starting set of like 3 unmowed spots, that it's going to spawn there the next time. Mm-hmm. And if it can't find a spot, because the way that it does is it basically says, is this square okay? Is this square okay? And it keeps checking them rather than just like having a list of viable squares to look at. So when it's like continually doing that checking, that's, you see right there, he's just going like way too fast, and that's the game trying to find a spot to spawn the fuel at. So
interesting.
Yeah.
This is news to me.
Uh-huh.
This is something I can blame now every time I mess up after grabbing a fuel can spot.
Right.
No, it's the algorithm got me.
So you'll notice that more at the beginning of a run, like at the beginning of doing a lawn, because after you have so many spots mowed, there's a ton of potential spots. So it's not going to struggle to find a spot to put the fuel on.
I know you actually mapped out the locations where the fuel can spawn. Like there's specific locations and even likelihoods. Like some are a little bit more likely than others, and they're just sort of dotted around all over the place, no real rhyme or reason.
Yeah, so credit doesn't go to me for that. That was actually Kurt Q made a Lua script that runs that algorithm, and it figures out how likely each spot is to be spawned. And it's funny because if you look at it, Yeah, it's just all of these little dots. There's a bunch of spots where the fuel simply cannot spawn, and then some that are like either have a factor of like 4 times or 8 times as likely. So, you know, it's way far off. But if you look at the knockout tournament, which is going to be us doing like just normal runs, that's going to have a couple of lawns that I routed out just this recent month. Lawn 5 uses that to its advantage, and Lawn 10 uses that to its advantage. So Lawn 10 is like routed out so that the fuel, you know exactly where it's going to spawn every time.
Nice. I wish Jeekin right now knew exactly where the fuel was going to spawn.
Mm-hmm.
Would make things a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
I like this opener.
Oh.
Well, and then all of a sudden, it's just that's Lawnmower, baby.
Mm.
Everything is fine. The plan is working. Victory is assured. Oh, I'm dead.
Uh-huh. It's that nose. That dang nose. It's funny when you do runs of this game, you can't help but laugh, like, because everything's going fine and it's just like boom, you know, it's like a practical joke it's played on you, like, oh yeah, went over those 6 rocks again.
Yeah, and the sound it makes too when you mow a rock is really special. It's like the sound of the electrical signals in your brain being short-circuited. It's kind of violent. It's a bit of a jump scare even.
It is, yeah. And if you pay real close attention, there's a screen shake. I didn't notice this until I looked at the game code, but yeah.
I definitely feel it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, when you mow over a rock, you feel it. Like it's part of your, like, you know, yourself at that point.
Yeah.
You experience it completely.
And it's something you carry with you, into the next lawn, into the next run,
Mm-hmm.
into the next endeavor in life.
Okay, so if Jaikin doesn't make progress, we're gonna cut him off at the 35-minute mark, I think.
Yeah, it will be hard pressed to finish this and Lawn 10, I think, in the cutoff. So it's just a matter of, can we see them finish Lawn 9 here? That would be nice.
Yeah, I would like to give them one chance on Lawn 10. You know, just for that bonus point
The
opportunity.
bonus point. I mean, if necessary, they can keep going and try to
Well, I think-
play for that bonus point. Or is
Yeah.
that not okay?
That would be okay, except I think he wants to do the rando.
Oh, okay. By the way, I see Green Z Saber in chat. Green Z Saber has one of the fastest blind times in the original Lawnmower I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
Was in the practice room at Games Done Quick 2020, I want to say it was.
Wow.
And I was showing the game to a few people, and they were like, give it here, I want to. And I was having a conversation with someone, I was talking about things, and then like I look back, it's only been like 11 minutes or something, and Green Z Saber is staring at me, smiling with "well done" on the screen. And I'm like, what? It just went by. It was extremely
That's
impressive.
incredible. We had a good attempt here.
This is looking good.
Mm-hmm.
The grass is scattered in all of the worst places, but that's not the worst thing, because wherever the fuel is, it's also going to be next to some grass for you to mow. So, where is it? Where is it? Easy. Where are we going? Middle? That's fine. Nope, we're going nowhere basically. Oh, is gonna go for the grass on the left. Had a moment to think about it and decided like, no, I can do it. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, so I told him we'll give him another shot at Lawn 9, and then a shot at Lawn 10.
If they clear it.
Yeah.
That's a tall
So
order.
this is the last one. All right. I think that's it.
That's an oof. GG's to Jaikin. Drove well, especially in some of those earlier ones. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing you made. I can vouch for that. And they played well. Thanks so much for coming out.
Mm-hmm. GG.
Yelzrick saying, despite having seen the game before, nothing prepares you for having to actually control the mower. It does. You really feel watching it. You're like, whatever. I can just drive around the stuff, man. It's not that hard. I would go there, and then I would go there. But it's you have to just pick up and play it a little bit to understand what it's like to actually drive this thing around.
You know, let's actually do interview. Let's just get a quick interview with some of the finishers, if they want to join. Just a couple minutes, and yeah.
Sure.
Let's see here. I should have planned this out ahead of time.
So it looks like Jeekin is going to throw in the towel here. Again, well done. Oh yeah, there was a huge blind race in the GDQ practice room later. There was like 9 or 10 people. We had a bunch of CRTs lined up. Someone was playing on some kind of rinky-dink like children's television set. It was like the tiniest TV I'd ever seen. A bunch of people were hunched over. We had Ohon and Beko from Japan were there for GDQ, and they did a run. They both did extremely well. Yeah, blind racing lawnmower is where it's at, and where it's at, and it's a magic that you can only have the once, right? And then you can play the randomizer, or you can play someone's custom-made track. So I'm interested to see how if the magic has indeed been recaptured. We're joined by a bunch of our racers now. I guess I'll turn to Moly Man first. What do you think?
Hello.
Hello.
So this remaker was cool. It was nice to see a harder Lawnmower edition with a consistent design, let's say that, because the rando is mostly just a big mess put everywhere. So it was nice to see a new perspective of the game. That was really cool. Thanks, Jimmy Poupin, for the hack.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was fun to watch.
We also got Sejuf here. Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Welcome. What did you think?
Yeah, I liked it until I saw that I was not first. Then I thought it was mediocre. I don't know.
Then it was bad,
It was
actually.
cool. It was nice.
And we have a Bright Shadow here as well.
Yes, hello.
I'm glad you can make it.
Yeah, I got 3 hours of sleep. I feel great.
You drove great. We brought you on screen, and I was like, I wonder where they're at, and you were right there, with the sort of the front of the pack.
Oh, I mean, I've played this game 2 or 3 times before.
Yeah.
And I've played 20 lawnmower games and a lot of rando seeds lately. So the crafted levels were kind of a nice change from just the chaos of rando.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I was gonna say it'd be interesting to have more people make something like this. I don't know about the tools. I'll share how I did it because there is a tool for it. Might be fun to do something like that next year as well.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, are there any lawns that stood out as particularly liked? This aspect of it, or that was too challenging, or what?
2 needed more fuel, but I think that's just like they were talking about before, because the early lawns have a more cruel fuel bar, but 2 was wide in this one, so 2 felt hard just because you didn't have as much time between fuel pickups as you expected.
I really liked the first one and the third one, I believe. The ones that forced you to play a certain way. with a maze. I thought that was a good idea. Even if the first one you can just mow through the flowers, but but still.
Okay. Does that apply to what I think lawn 6, where I gave you the route to follow?
I
Yeah,
honestly
that
wanted
was-
rocks in Lawn 6 everywhere.
Yeah.
I
Lawn
I
6
tried to
was
add
more-
some order to the rocks, but yeah.
On my first try, I tag as a fuel spawn were consistent every time, but sadly it wasn't the case.
Yep.
How about Sayuf or you said Sayuf? How about Molly Man or Bright Shadow?
Yeah.
Were there any lawns that you thought were extra interesting or had comments on?
I've liked it, the level 1 and 6, where you want to follow exact routing faultless. Those are a great idea. But overall, I think every lawn were good and fun to play.
Okay.
Yeah, they were fun. 7 was a good spin on regular 7, and like I said on 6, I just wanted it to be the route and rocks everywhere that's not the route, so that you just have to irritating stick your way through the whole level.
Yeah.
At one point in Lone 6, I believe, I started thinking, is this a Romac that tries to train you how to play lawnmower? Is this a training Romac?
I thought that would be interesting. Yeah, I think it would be cool if something like that existed. Make little practice ROMs.
That was even you used a phrase on commentary, even describing it, where you were like, "This one will sort of teach you how to follow the." Like, I can't remember exactly what you said. Training, I think, was maybe the word you used.
Mhm. Yeah, to follow those paths. Yeah. Okay. Well, any last words? We're gonna move on to the rando.
Well done.
Good
Well
luck,
done.
everyone.
Good luck. Okay, so
Alright.
yeah, let's take a short break. And yeah, let's get those randos set up. We'll be back in like maybe 5 minutes.
Great.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Lawn Movember. We've got the standings here, or we had them. It's looking good for Team Canada. They're out in front with 10 points, trailing behind the USA with 6, and then behind that, France with 3. Will things change here in the randomizer run? The players are beginning to ready up. None of them have seen this seed. It's been tested to be completable, so I think it's possible for the randomizer to spit out something that is just straight up impossible to finish. So we did a little sanity check to make sure that our players will be able to get through okay. Everyone's waiting nicely on the title screen. No one's trying to get any last minute practice in. So this is going to randomize the tiles for the most part. We've tweaked it a little bit, but generally how the randomizer works is that if a lawn has 50 grass tiles and 10 rocks, then the randomizer level will still have 50 grass tiles and 10 rocks. They'll just be split up a little bit. Except we've tweaked it a little bit so that it's going to take a couple of those rocks out, a couple of those flowers out, make it a little bit nicer, a little bit less likely to just to create something that no one really wants anything to do with. And I'm looking forward to it. We also got Jimmy, of course, is racing now, going to be competing for points. I'm sure he's excited, though he has left me alone on commentary. So I'm going to go ahead and count these racers off here. And we're gonna see what this seed has in store. Here we go. So Lawn 1 is pretty unexciting. It had nothing but grass tiles before, so that's the way it stays. But I mean, already you can you can get a sense of just how messy this is gonna look. Lawn 2 is just flowers and grass, but remember the fuel mechanics of Lawn 2 are such that I don't know if it drains faster or if you have a lower max or whatever it is, but each fuel can basically doesn't go as far. So it's if you mow 1 flower, you're probably okay. 2, you can definitely get to the fuel wherever it is, but 3 starts to look scary. Molyman and Sin both fueling out into 2. So Jimmy is going to be out in front here. The world record holder recently got an incredible run, beat the world record by several seconds, and was more or less equal to his sum of best, which is just a pretty wild thing to ever do in a speedrun. He's on Lawn 4 now. Everyone else on Lawn 2. Molyman just finished mowing up Lawn 2. Sin is looking for the fuel. Where is it? Oh no! That's the Lawn 2 fuel mechanics were striking there. If this was Lawn 3 or 4, Sin would have had enough time to get to that fuel. I know it. So Lawn 4 is where the things start to get bigger. The screen is going to scroll left to right. But otherwise, it just has flowers, no more rocks. That's a level clear. Molyman joining Jimmy on 4. Ooh, and Sin wanted to get lined up with the fuel can. Ended up going through some flowers, but not Sejuf. That's a clear. Sejuf on Lawn 3 now, and Jimmy just finishing up Lawn 4. Very low on fuel. Really had that calculated. Molyman cutting it close on that fuel pickup as well. Almost purposeful placement of the flowers along the edge here on Lawn 4, actually. This should be a clear for Molyman. Sejuf going for the fuel. That should be plenty to finish out, but these rocks are a little bit scary. Yeah, decided to approach safely from below. Jimmy fueling out 80% on the lawn. Sin with 91%, and is trying to be really careful for the finish here. And this is fine. That is going to be a clear. When you know you get the win at the slow speed, if you can know such a thing. It's difficult to sort of do the mental arithmetic and look at the geometry and figure it out. But if you decide, yeah, no, I can do it, I absolutely give the green light to anyone who wants to just hit the brakes and crawl across the last few tiles of grass. Sin finishing Lawn 3 straight across a rock at the end. So the racers might not be completely synced up. There's varying amounts of stream delay and whatnot, but they'll be running timers, so we can compare their times at the end and make sure we get an accurate time. No need to worry. Lawn 6 is just a whole mess of rocks with some grass, and it's very big. But with the rocks being removed a little bit in the randomizer, it ends up being kind of actually just easier than the original Lawn 6, because there wasn't really a pattern to Lawn 6 before anyway, so it's the same sort of random mess, except there's less of the rocks. So we are tied now. Molyman actually with a tiny little ghost of a lead. We got Bright Shadow in the bottom left as well, who's right here with the two leaders, Jimmy and Molyman. It was even ahead on the percentage, so is looking pretty good here. Fuel can spawned all the way on the left side. Mow to flower, so needs to be careful, but is mowing a ton of grass in a zigzag pattern on the way to the fuel can. That is confidence and skill from Bright Shadow. Actually clearly in the lead now. On Lawn 8. Sagev clearing 6, going to be joining Jimmy and Molyman on 7. Which, as you can see, has got a lot of flowers on it. Just so many flowers. Jimmy's not going to be able to get to the fuel. Molyman is 61% done. The left side is mostly mowed here. So it's going to be some long, lonely trips left to right. This time we get a good fuel spawn. Whoa, Molyman mowed a flower and didn't take the most optimal path back to the fuel, so I was worried, but they do, in fact, get to the fuel. I thought Molyman was going to go right over that flower. It does go over that one for the finish, so Molyman joining Bright Shadow on Lawn 8, who is already 79%, now 80% done the lawn. But this top left finish is a real disaster. What is going on up there? Is Bright Shadow going to hit the brakes? Or are they just going to... Wow, okay. There it is. A tricky Lawn 8 cleared. Moving on to 9. We got Sejuf on 7. Halfway done. 7 was a big problem for Jimmy and Molyman. It continues to be a problem for Jimmy. There's just so many flowers. And you can mow flowers. It's difficult to say like which ones are going to earn you an advantage. It seems more like... So when the fuel spawns, that's when you know, okay, I'm here, the fuel is there. My route to get there should look like this. And then you know, oh, this is the flower that's in my way, I want to mow it. But you really don't want to be mowing flowers when you are low on fuel and desperate to get back to the fuel can. So it's really difficult to say. Jimmy steers around the flowers at the very end to clear, and it looks like right behind is going to be Sejuf. So both players at the top of our screens on Lawn 8, both players at the bottom on Lawn 9. We got Bright Shadow was the first one to get here, but 9 and 10, I would say particularly in this randomizer, gonna be the trickiest ones. The mix of rocks and flowers. And the largest size possible. Straight across the flowers for Bright Shadow. Getting pretty high up there in percentages. But this is where the progress is going to start to slow down as you start having to traverse the already mowed areas in the middle quite a bit more. Level clear for Jimmy. On Lawn 9, Sejuf as well. All the players are just doing so well. I barely have time to talk about anything other than updating you on their progress as they go. 96% for Bright Shadow at the end of this lawn here, Lawn 9. Moving on to Line 10. That's a success. Right behind, I'm hoping, is Molyman. There's one piece of grass there. There's one more there. Goes for the fuel. And that's going to be a clear. So the players all keeping pace with each other now. Lawn 10 on the bottom for both players, Lawn 9 on the top for both players. So we got 2 players in the US here who are out in front doing quite well. Molyman fighting for Canada, Seju fighting for France. Really, if France wants to get back in this, it's going to have to be Seju here, making a big difference. And anything can happen. You've seen time and time again how you can be stuck on anything forever, for an unlimited amount of time. There is no guarantee of progress at all, regardless of how much time you spend. So definitely can't count anything out. Bright Shadow fueling out 68%. Not nice at all. Molyman, the next front runner. Sejuf at 95%. I'm not sure if they have any grass on the right side. I'd be willing to bet not. Yeah, straight across both flowers and in. All right, all 4 players are on the final lawn. Oh my gosh. Who is it going to be? Is it Molyman? 86% in the bottom right. Needs to go across flowers, looking for the fuel, finds it in the middle. 61 and 63 for Jimmy and Bright Shadow. But it's going to be Molyman. Canada taking it home. Well done. And we'll have to take a look at... Oh, no, Seju... Oh, is not going to make it. Bright Shadow as well, fueled out. We'll have to take a look at everyone's times to make sure, in case something happened with stream delay or whatever. But at this point, I'm pretty confident this is going to be a first-place finish for the former record holder, Molyman. Uh-oh. Jimmy was looking for the fuel. Got caught in the middle of the stage, didn't find it on the left, couldn't get back to it on the right. That's a fuel out at 98%. Bright Shadow, who started out and just gunned it right at the start. Jumped out to a lead. I mean, we didn't have them on screen at the very start, but as soon as they came on screen, they had the lead, and they hadn't lost it until just now. Now, second is still pretty good. Second is still points. Also, if anyone finishes under 12 minutes, they're going to earn 2 bonus points for their team. And if anyone finishes under 16, you still get 1 bonus point. So, on the timer here, we're still pretty far from 12 minutes. 2 points on the table. Got Magic K on lawn 7 in the bottom right. A much brighter shade of green on the border here. Not sure if it's just a capture method. Oh, a really late out of fuel for Sejuf, but Bright Shadow has a chance here. Wow, going across all of the flowers with one little loop at the end there. Nice confidence. That's a clear. That's under 12 minutes. That's the USA getting on the board in second place, which means it's really not looking good for Team France in the overall standings. Now, Jimmy's got an awkward situation here. Grass everywhere. Basically, all of the worst spots are left last here. Knew that the fuel was going to be on the right side, had seen everything else. Oh no! Okay, barely able to get to the fuel even after hitting that flower. That's a confident finish from Jimmy on lawn 10. So the USA taking spots 2 and 3. And I want to say that was under 12 minutes. Big points for Team USA. Sejuf 92%. Mode 1 flower too many. Not able to get back to the fuel. Lawn 7. I think I called out that Lawn 7 was certainly a difficulty spike compared to 6. Not surprised to see some players get hung up here. There's just so many flowers. This is a level, certainly, where it pays to just mow some of these flowers. Like, that when you see the fuel is there, right next to you, just mow a couple flowers and grab it. You know, get them out of the way. So we got Sin playing for the US in the top right. It's Jeekin in the bottom left, who just was not able to get across the line in the ROM hack, so would like the confidence boost, I think, of being able to finish here. And Sejuf been on lawn 10 for a while now. Sejuf is a big fan of this game. I think the French word for lawnmower is tondeuse, and it's the name that Sejuf has given the speedrun event that he runs. And he invited Jimmy actually as a team captain to participate in the world tondeuse. Has a lawnmower as the icon from this game and everything. Is a big fan. Has a really good run on the leaderboard. Had the all flowers world record for a little bit, but is really struggling with this lawn 10. We got Sin now all the way up on lawn 9. %63%. An early out of fuel for both of the players on the bottom of the screen, and again for Sejuf. No one able to really get something going here, so it's Sin at 80%. Couple of trouble spots. We've seen basically everyone finish with that one piece of grass that's trapped. Uh-oh, with that rock, it's over. The fuel didn't even spawn. It spawned behind Sin as they were leaving from right to left. I don't have the audio cue, so I don't get to hear it the way that the players do, but I'm sure it must have been over there. I think if maybe Sin got really lucky and the fuel spawned right next to them, they would have had a chance to survive, but after mowing a rock and a flower, you need a bit of help. There's no guarantee whatsoever you're going to recover. All right, Sejuf, really late into lawn 10 here. Gets one bit of troublesome grass, has a nice fuel spawn. Couldn't really do much with it. Mows a rock. That's it. That's it. It's over. The rock spells the end. 98%. What a cruel game. Why do we play this game? Oh boy. Part of it's so easy to panic. It's so easy to look at this like mess of grass in the top middle of the screen and just be like, what do I like? Thoughts just stop happening, and you can't start them happening because you're too busy driving the mower around. We got a really late lawn 9 attempt here from Sin. Gets the fuel right next to the grass that's left to mow here. Oh, those flowers. Definitely a time to mow one of those flowers. This sort of crisscross checkerboard pattern with grass and flowers, forcing you to go around carefully. Oh, what a nice fuel spawn. Yeah, really is does not want to be mowing these flowers. The extra fuel there could have easily supported mowing the flowers, but if you get the lawn done, you get the lawn done. Dad. We're on to lawn 10. Joining Sejuf, actually. But maybe not for long. 80%. And a lot of the grass is in the middle and on the right there. So none of this looks particularly scary. Well, when you mow those 2 flowers. But the lucky fuel spawn, I think, is going to close this out. Ooh. Okay, Sejuf goes for the fuel. Unlucky spawn, but gets it. Do you have enough to mow everything? Goes around the flowers to just barely get the clear. What a nice heads-up play to finish there. So that's Sejuf done with lawn 10. Well done. Magic Kit crawling, barely gets to the fuel in time. And a good run from everyone, really. Jeekin at 87%, Sin at 80%, barely getting to the fuel. It's definitely possible that fuel might have spawned further away, and that would have been the end of it. 96%, Jeekin's racing over to the fuel as soon as it spawns, Trying to be as safe as possible. Oh, wow. What a gift. What a gift. Didn't need it at all, but goes ahead and grabs the fuel. Finishing Lawn 7. Moving on to 8. 87% right next to the fuel can. Sin fuels out on the final lawn. So the 16-minute mark has passed. Bonus points are off the table. And then how are points distributed for placement? I find myself wondering. It was first, second, and third, so we're not playing for points anymore. We're playing for honor. We're playing for glory. We're playing for the love of the lawn. And we're playing for confidence. We still got one more event. We're going to be running a knockout tournament, which is going to be back to the original classic lawnmower, the route that everyone has known and memorized and trained on. And basically, we're going to be going and narrowing down the field to the fastest finishers each time. I think we're going to cut it down to 4. And then 2 to see who takes it all. We're just playing for salamis? I've never heard that before. I want to use that one. I'm gonna take that one with me. We got a really late lawn 8 there. Jaikin dancing around the fuel can. Yeah, just go slow. Just finesse this at the end. No problem. On to lawn 9. Fuel can in the very corner for Sin. Grabs it. I'm worried about this piece of grass at the top. Any fuel can that spawns more towards the middle, maybe you have an opportunity to go up and mow that flower in that grass and then go get it. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking about. Well, we got a rock and a flower mode. Desperation mode. Lucky fuel spawn. Sin is able to get it. That fuel needed to be very close in order to survive there, and it was. Now we just need the finish. Oh, the fuel is beckoning. Yeah, there it is. That is a lawn 10 clear. That is a well done from Sin. We got Jeekin. Lawn 9, bottom left. Magic K, been on 7 for a good long while now. Gets the fuel. I'm gonna say definitely mowing some flowers. Intentionally, willingly, purposefully, boldly. Goes a long way on 7 in particular. We got Sin raising the flag once again for Team USA. Early attempt goes south for Jeekin, but it's Magic K with only the right side of lawn 7 left to go. Playing for Canada. Is being really purposeful, is basically going slow by default, and then whenever there's a straightaway is going to hit the button to go fast a little bit. And this is a very consistent way to play. But it's you get less done per fuel can. So you spend more time on the lawn, which is bad for a race, obviously, but it's also bad in the sense that, like, this is a game where anything can happen at any time. Like this, okay, it's able to barely crawl across the last piece of grass. Leaves no blade behind and moves on to lawn 8. But regardless of whether you're going fast or slow, this is a game where everything can just go wrong at any moment. So if you give yourself more moments for things to go wrong by going slowly, that can be bad. You can sort of be safer by going faster sometimes. But so much of this is just down to the individual. If you were the sort of person who, like, if you're going fast all the time, you just straight up cannot handle it, then of course that's going to be worse for you than going at your own pace. So we're loading up someone practicing the original. Oh, actually, maybe we're not. Maybe this is just something I can see, so maybe I won't talk about it. Talk about Magic K. Late into Lawn 8, 76%. Has mowed the entire right side, so it's going to be into this dynamic we've seen a number of times before, where the fuel is overwhelmingly likely to spawn away from the grass. Oh, there's a good one. So when this happens, yeah, that's what you... Oh no! Was going too slow, got too greedy. I was just about to say this is a good thing to do, and then it immediately led to Magic K's downfall. But when the fuel spawns close to you, it is nice to be able to pick it up and then be right there ready to go. But it means that if you still... Whatever fuel you have left, you can spend half of it to go out and mow some stuff, and then spend the other half going to the fuel can. And it lets you get the most out of it. But yeah, just really underestimated how much fuel a flower would drain when combined with the slow speed there. Even I was surprised. I thought for sure it'd be okay. Whoa, really late pickup there. Jeekin on 9. Every time my eyes look over to see how things are going for Jeekin, the percentages are not super high. Just been a really difficult Lawn 9. Up past 50%. So where are the trouble spots here on 8? Certainly around these rocks along the bottom on the right side. And that sort of checkerboard shape. But this top left is miserable here on Lawn 8. So there's definitely a sort of subconscious thing that will happen if you're just sort of playing the game. You will identify something as like, oh, that sucks. I don't want to go there. Nice save, by the way. You'll find yourself, if you let yourself, avoiding all of the hardest spots naturally. And that's going to leave you in a weird situation for the end, where now you really want to get into the hardest part of the lawn, but your fuel cans are spawning all over the place. A bit more grass on the right side, still left to go. Not going to be a problem. That's Lawn 9 now. We're even down on the bottom. But finally we got a good run going here for Jeekin. 70%. Wah! Didn't quite go left far enough, so the upwards movement came out too early. And then that's it. There was not enough leeway on the fuel can to allow for such a mistake. So it doesn't even need to be, a row of flowers or a rock or whatever. Sometimes, wow, almost happening again. Sometimes you just miss the fuel can by a little bit, and that's all it takes. Magic K wanted to avoid mowing some flowers and ended up circling around and mowing a rock instead. Definitely starting to see the wisdom of just mowing through these flowers. Yeah, look, Jeekin got fed up. But the fuel has spawned in a very, very troublesome place. Alright, 76% is pretty good for Magic K. I missed what the left side of their lawn looks like, but for this to be at 78, it must be mostly done. Yeah. Good news is that all of the grass you have left to mow is in the middle where it's accessible. Bad news is the fuel cans are going to be spawning more likely on the very left and rightmost parts of the stage. And that's really bad, because if your grass that you need to mow is in the middle, that's where you're going to be when the fuel spawns. And that's where you do not want to be when the fuel spawns, because now you're in a guessing game left to right. But looks like Magic K is going to mow themselves out of that corner pretty handily, and I think we're going to get to see this lead change. On to lawn 10 for Magic K. Jeekin at 70% though. This is a pretty good run. Are flowers really that damaging? Yeah, really not. Oh no, Magic K got a... I don't know if that was greed or just a missed turn there, but did a lazy loop around some flowers and fueled out right next to the fuel can. Things like that hurt so much less when you're just like, 10% of the way into the lawn or whatever. It's a lot easier to laugh those off. If you were at like 86%, like say Jaikin is, and then something like that happened, oh my god, okay. That one hurts a lot more. It's a lot harder to shrug that one off. Look at all this grass left in these horrible places. This is this thing I was talking about. Jaikin has not made an effort to go after the harder ones. So this last 8% here is going to be like pulling teeth. Alright, it's going slow and careful. Gets a good fuel spawn. Anytime the fuel spawn's on screen, that's a good fuel spawn. Now, going slow, it's not enough, especially with the flower that needs to be mowed. So we're looking for... Oh, there was a flower next to the fuel can. We've been looking for a spawn on the left side. Sometimes instead of trying to make some kind of heroic effort to dash all the way from the right side, all the way to the left side, maneuver around the flowers at high speed just to get the grass or whatever, or you could just drive around safely in the open lanes and just grab the fuel a couple times until the fuel spawns right next to where you want it to be. In some cases, I think it's not a bad idea to do such a thing. Mostly, you just don't be picky. Like, if the fuel is spawning exactly on the right side of the stage, that's kind of bad. But this one, for example, I would take this fuel can as a reason to go. That would lead me over to the left side. Lawn 10 for Magic K. Probably the hardest one. Hardest one in general in the randomizer, but the pattern of rocks and flowers on lawn 8 was pretty nasty, though it just from our players' experience, I'm sure they might argue 9. That was a little bit scary from Jeekin there. Had to hit the gas and make some turns. Cannot go through that flower. Correctly identified. Goes around. %94. And some really good fuel spawns. Another good fuel spawn. Really slow, but that should be a finish. Okay. Both of our final players on the final lawn. Oh, no, Magic K didn't turn down. What happened? Oh, my gosh. At the slowest speed, with at least an extra tile of lead-in, too. The input just did not come out. So that means we're more or less all tied up here for our finish. Anyone who's been watching the whole event from the beginning, thank you so much. I hope you're having fun. Hope Lawn Movember has lit up your early December. Oh no, the rock in the corner. We can see it. We talked about it earlier, but if your collision will sort of like infinitely refresh as long as you stay directly in the middle of a tile, which can happen if you're driving into the edge of the level because it will keep you still on the middle of a tile. So if there's a rock on the edge, particularly a rock in the corner, and you drive into it and you do not turn immediately to leave the square, you will just die. You will collide with the rock probably every other frame, if not every frame, and it's just over. So hopefully Magic K knows what happened there and knows to avoid it next time. Uh-oh, did not avoid that rock. Chose to go through the flower rather than around it, and did not have the fuel to support this maneuver. Yeah, so if you've been watching from the beginning, I hope you're not having fun. If you're just tuning in, this is not our last event. We have one more coming up. We're going to be doing the knockout tournament. We're going to be playing the original game. Everyone's going to be following their speedrun routes. You're going to see the satisfaction of a perfectly calculated route through Lawnmower. Not that it's so easy to follow through on that route. It does a lot of little nitty-gritty one-tile turns snaking back and forth. It's the optimal path involves doing plenty of that. So it's difficult to execute on, which makes it fun to race, even after you've already played it before. Some rocks ending an attempt that was just getting started for Magic K. Sin already forgot the route. Oh no. Well, I'm not sure how long it's going to take our two players at the bottom here to finish Lawn 10. I also don't know if we gave ourselves a cutoff here, so if I receive a signal, I'll let you know the status of where we're at. But for now, we're gonna stick with it. I mean, we all want to see them finish, right? Especially Jeekin after spending so long on the ROM hack in the previous event and not quite being able to finish. The route is the grass. The mower is the self. The flowers are the temptation. Okay. We're gonna give him 5 more minutes to get this lawn done. We'll see if it can happen. Then we'll talk to some of our players and kick it off with our final event. It was big points for Team USA. Going to be making up some of the ground between them and Canada. But the event winner was Molyman for Team Canada, so that's going to be, 7 points or whatever it is. 5 for first place, 2 for finishing under 12 minutes. So we'll have to see where the standings shake out. I'm guessing it's going to be possible but difficult for Team USA to take it at this point. Can't help but notice we're 95% of the way through this lawn for Magic K. He's driving real slow and careful. Goes through a flower though, so knows when it's okay to use the resources that you have. So, are we going to do this flower? Nope. That's going to be the finish, I think. Oh, what are we doing? Don't wait in the middle. Don't mow the flower and then be in the middle for the fuel spawn, Magic K! Oh, no. An error in strategy. The execution was fine. It was driving the mower really well, took really optimal paths. So it's 57% for Jeekin. Was not able to finish the ROM hack before the cutoff. It's here again. Oh, the rock in the corner. doing its thing. Of course, we would get a rock in the corner on our Lawn Movember randomizer race. Oh, you think he thought that was the last square? That's possible. That might explain the decision. Oh, look at Magic K is mowing all of the flowers intentionally now, is really aware of just how much of a problem they were. I'm willing to bet that a lot of our players competing today like the game. They have an interest in it, but are not super gung-ho about it, right? They weren't practicing. They probably weren't doing a bunch of randomizer seeds in preparation, right? So I think I wouldn't be surprised if this was like a first or second randomizer seed that these players have played through. And playing the randomizer is like it's a whole different way of thinking, because in the regular game, a designer has created some nice laneways for your mower to get from side to side. Sometimes, there is an obstacle or whatever, but in the randomizer, you kind of have to invent your own path across the level from left to right as you go for fuel spawns and grass. So it's just harder. It's just harder to get across the screen. And so anything you can do to relieve that pressure, like mowing flowers in those troublesome high traffic areas, things like this become more important. So there's some additional lessons to learn, basically. When you play the randomizer, 76% going over the flower instead of the grass. I think probably Magic K would have had enough to get to the fuel if they had dodged that flower. So Jikin is out of fuel, both literally and figuratively. Is going to call it in, throw in the towel here on Lawn 10. But the reason is not because they've given up. The reason is because they need to get ready for the knockout tournament. So it's a forward-thinking sort of play that I think is speaking to a good mindset. Easy, so easy to get frustrated to play on tilt or whatever. That was a little bit too greedy, Magic K. 44%. So we're gonna let Magic K play it out here in the bottom right corner of our screen. But while we do that, let's talk to maybe some of our players who we haven't heard from here today. Our lawn enthusiasts. Yeah, it looks like we'll be able to... I'll pull Sin in here. If I can do that. I can't do that. But thankfully Jimmy's here to help me with that.
I'm here.
And so is Sin. Hello.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Oh, this has been a great event, and thanks again for putting it on, Jimmy and Myth. You're doing a great job.
Yeah,
Thank you
thanks
so
for
much.
participating.
So do you do any or a lot of the Lawnmower randomizer?
I was warming up with the randomizer this week because last year, the last time I did it, it took me 3 hours to finish. And I never wanted to repeat that again. So a lot of rando practice. It's been helping.
So
It paid off, certainly.
That was with the hard version. Do you want to kind of comment on how the transition to the easier one is, Sin?
Yeah, so there's obviously been a few tweaks to the randomizer to alleviate some of the flowers and the amount of rocks in some of the later stages, because there were just some brutal setups in the hard one. So being a little easier, I found it under 30 minutes to be able to complete most of the randos now without too much effort. You still have to find that path and still maybe mow down some flowers, but you don't get those brutal layouts in the later stages. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, there was one of the reasons we made it easier. Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I had a Lawn 10 on the normal version. It took me like 20 minutes just to do Lawn 10, and it's Lawn 7 9 and 10, I would say, are the hardest. And even this lawn 10 was pretty challenging, I thought.
Yeah, so there's like little blank spots where the fuel can spawn in a corner somewhere right in the beginning, even before you have really mowed much, and that's still tricky now and then, but not as tricky in this mode. Yeah. Or last night we spawned right in front of a rock. That was fun too on a practice one. so that could happen, but it's still fun. It's still a lot of fun.
So Jimmy, you've been commentating with me throughout the event. This was the first time that you jumped in as a player. Do you feel like you were able to like hit the grass running?
No, not at all. So, but I think I did okay. It took me a while to warm up. My controller, I think, is like a little stiff, or maybe it's just my thumb. But yeah, I did okay, and then kind of got caught up in the middle. And then Wonton was honestly tough. So, hats off to Moly Man for finishing so quick, and Bright Shadow for getting second. Moly Man's on fire today. I think it's going to be tough to beat Canada, but we will try.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the standings. I think are popping in here now. I'm not sure which one I can see and which one y'all can see, but I can tell you Canada's got 17 points at the top of the leaderboard. Pretty close behind, closer than I realized, is the USA at 14, and then France pretty much out of it at this point at 3 points. It would take a miracle for the comeback here in the knockout tournaments. But some good racing coming out of all three teams today.
Oh, we had Jaikin wants to come in. Let's have a quick chat with him.
All right. Hello, Jaikin.
Hello.
You weren't quite able to finish there, as well as the ROM hack. So I imagine that's probably at least a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in me in that I couldn't get this year my skill back. I don't know. I've been turning early or late way too often. And I also changed my the way I play. I used to play on keyboard. But it's not. I don't think I've ever played with the keyboard I'm using now. And I tried. I made something like a 20-minute derust.
Right. Not a lot of time.
And I tried using my a controller, and mostly I was as bad as with the keyboard, so I stayed with the controller, the gamepad.
Gotcha.
That's got to be a tough transition.
Yeah, when I'm getting out of the road, the route of my route, I misinput more with the D-pad than I did with the arrow keys on the keyboard. But
yeah, it matters a lot. You know, you would well, what's the big deal? You know, whether you're doing one or the other, they both do the same thing. But if you're used to one thing, it becomes hard to switch. I know for sure. I've had to. I'm involved with mystery tournaments, so I will test video games that sometimes they don't work with my controller, and I need to try to play with a keyboard, and I just do so much worse. I can feel it, that it's just not going the way that I feel it should when I'm using it. So you've done well to adapt.
But I couldn't get back to my my keyboard feeling either. So
well, I believe you have a really good time in the base game. So yeah, let's see some extra points for France.
Well,
make a strong finish.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it.
That's the spirit.
My runs, my training runs were not really great, but
Well,
At least,
there's a point. Go ahead.
There's still one thing I'm proud of is that I'm a member of the France team from the beginning, and I've
Yeah.
been there in each November.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
one thing I'm proud of,
That's legendary.
and I intend to keep it that way.
Yeah. Love it. Love that enthusiasm. So let's I'll remind you that you do get a point just for making the second round in the knockout tourney. So I believe let's go ahead and start getting set up for that. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right, thank you.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome. Lawn Movember 2023, the Lawn Movember World Cup, has one more event left to go. It's going to be the knockout tournament. We're going to have a field of players. It's looking like, I think, 2 from each team. And it's going to be a total of 6. So the 2 slowest times here are going to get knocked out. And we're going to go again through the original 10 lawns with the next 4 people. Another 2 get eliminated based off of their slowest times. And we finish with a head-to-head race. There are points awarded depending on how long you can last in the knockout tournament. So it's going to be, I think it's Jimmy Poopins and Bright Shadow for Team USA, Sejuf and Jeekin for Team France, Mullyman and Magic K for Team Canada. There's no guarantee that a team won't be completely knocked out in the first round. We might lose 2 from the same team. Oh, wait, I apologize. It's not Sage for France. It is actually Sin for the USA, so big chance for the USA to make up some points, actually. I think they got a real shot, but Mullyman, there's a lot of points for getting first place. And Mullyman, like Jimmy said, is playing really, really well today. So let's see. We'll see, can France earn more than these 3 points? Can Jeekin get on the board? We're gonna find out. So we will not be following all 6 racers at the same time, cramming them all in on screen. So we'll do our best to cover the event. Probably the times are going to be a lot closer here. So we might have to compare times at the end to see who really won or not. So we're starting off with Lawn 1. By the way, the Discord could use a refresh or whatever makes that happen on my end. There we go. Boom. Into Lawn 2. There is no... I mean, there wasn't a perfect way to go in this game. There are certainly plenty of things that are all very comparable, and the differences are minor. The differences are things like, oh, well, the fuel is more likely to spawn further if you go this way, or you mow a couple extra empty tiles if you go that way. But everything is pretty similar. Though there's something to be said for, oh hey, the world record guy is doing this. I guess I will just also do that. So you will probably see a lot of routes that are either the same or extremely similar, but it's not guaranteed. And you're gonna see people being really cheeky, like Bright Shadow there. Just, you know, the fuel spawned. It was literally 1 square away, but Bright Shadow already knows well in advance that they do not need it. They have all the fuel they need to finish the level. Lawn 4 is a pretty nice one, the way that it works out, going around the outside. That should be enough fuel for Bright Shadow to finish. Jimmy as well. Basically in lockstep with each other on the stream. Love to see it. We got Mullyman on Lawn 5. There's a nice finish to this line here, where you go up, down, and then 1 little up, down in the middle. Works itself out very nicely. So mostly, you know, you're going to see the players hopefully just driving extremely well and not making mistakes. The really interesting thing to look for, I think, is the fuel spawns. You'll notice that a lot of their fuel spawns seem to be really fortunate. Wow, look, it's right there, right as they happen to be passing by. This is not an accident. The logic that governs fuel spawns, first off, is it's an RNG that's sort of is changing every frame. But this is a game where you can hold your input to turn and turn perfectly. It's hard for sure, but it's not completely impossible to do exactly the same thing down to the frame. And so you can actually get exactly the same fuel spawns. Or if you do it enough times, you start to get a feel for like the fuel spawns that are like a little bit off of the perfect route, and you'll start to understand those as well. Also, the routes taken are mowing through certain grass tiles in order to sort of influence the fuel to spawn or not spawn in certain places as well. So a lot of work under the hood has gone into getting these fuel spawns. So we're on lawn 7 here. Molyman has dropped back a little bit. Bright Shadow as well. It's Jimmy in the lead, looking really good here. Jeekin on lawn 5. But this is not about getting to the finish, just getting across the line sort of thing. This is a knockout tournament. You've got to be faster than your opponents if you want to stay in it. Bright Shadow just going straight across that flower at the end. Jimmy fueling out, unable to get back to the fuel. It spawned really far away on lawn 8. That's going to be a lead change. Molyman with a very small lead over Bright Shadow, with an also fairly small lead over Jimmy Poopins. It's funny how the stakes have been changed. This would have been neck and neck and neck if this were, a randomizer or something, but the quality and level of play has jumped up astronomically. That said, we are very much tied on the right side of the screen between the US and Canada, with Jimmy, Sin, and Bright Shadow all taking the field in the knockout tournament, winning perhaps sheerly by force of participation. The USA is looking really well to take this in the final event, but they're going to have to take it from Molyman. Here comes the finish to lawn 9. A couple of technical little moves, little turnbacks. Bright Shadow's got it. Bit of a lead over Molyman. And it's Jimmy Poopins in the top left, both of the American players on lawn 10. Molyman joining them. Jimmy hits a rock, fuels out. Very close. It's anyone's race. And who will take the 4th spot? Certainly our 3 favorites here. Looking like they're going to take 3 of the... 3 of the 4 spots we're going to be narrowing it down to here. So we're going to have sort of 2 phases to this race. We're going to see what happens with our top 3, and then we're going to see what happens after that. Oh, Jimmy gets a nice fuel spawn, but then goes right over a rock. Gets another fuel spawn, ignores it, goes for the grass. Are you serious? Level clear for the Americans. Bing, bang, boom. Jimmy, then Bright Shadow, then Molyman. We'll have to compare their times in Discord. Awfully close. What a finish. Jimmy especially. If Jimmy did not do that, if Jimmy went back for the fuel, Molyman might have took it right there at the end. But he made a call to go for it, and I think, at least on stream, it earned him 1st place. Incredible finish. So we got Sin now in the top left, and Magic K in the bottom right. Lawn 7, 7, and 8. I gotta tell you, it's looking pretty good for the US if the 4th qualifying player is the 3rd American. And that's the way it's looking. Currently on lawn 9. Has looked the best of the bunch throughout the day. I'm going to take a peek at the rules to make sure that I understand them to the fullest. So there's a bonus point for surviving the first round. There's a second bonus point for getting a new personal best, which is a tall order for our top 3 in particular, but really anyone. That's a really clean lawn 9. Sin is on the final lawn, and both Jikin and Magic K on lawn 7. Though, Magic K, oh, is going so slow. Okay, is able to get back to the fuel. Oh, is waiting for a good fuel spawn, and there it is. This is going to be the end of lawn 7. But is it too little too late? Sin is halfway done lawn 10. Oh, is waiting for a good fuel spawn, and there it is. This is going to be the end of lawn 7. But is it too little too late? Sin is halfway done lawn 10. Fueling out at 73%. The door is opening. Lawn 8 is less difficult than the others, I would say. Lawn 9, though, presents its fair share of challenges, certainly. The door is opening. Lawn 8 is less difficult than the others, I would say. Lawn 9, though, presents 50% now. Again, for Sin. Magic K. Look how cautious Magic K is being, waiting for a better fuel spawn. I talked about this strategy. If you're relying on it for a regular lawnmower race, it definitely speaks to being unfamiliar with the base game is really lacking a bit of confidence. So it was like almost like a desperation move. One square away is Sin after surprise mowing a couple of flowers towards the point of the fuel respawning. If you make a mistake like that, you really want it to happen shortly after picking up the fuel, not shortly before it spawns. You want to know what kind of situation you're in and be able to set yourself up to recover from it. Not that you get to choose when you make your mistakes, but that is the way it goes. I did catch the fuel respawning on the right side. Yes, Sin did too. Magic K's mowed out most of the right side. Unfortunately, did leave a little patch. It's gonna go back and get it. Nice spawn. That could be enough to just finish, but given the cautious nature of Magic K's play, definitely don't think we're gonna see something like that. So we're gonna see multiple trips over into this sort of sectioned off area. Oh, nice. That's the fuel spawn we're looking for. Has got all the grass next to the rock, so nothing is going to prevent Magic K from finishing lawn 8. But needs to finish 9 and 10 before Sin can finish. And Jikin is actually on lawn 9 as well. After getting stuck on 7 for so long, just blasted straight through 8. As well as a whole row of flowers. Are you guys ready for my flower joke? I wrote a I was like trying to think of some fun stuff to say for commentary. Sin at 90% on lawn 10. This is to stay in the knockout tournament. For the US, there's the fuel. And that's it. Sin is going to be our 4th qualifying player. The next time they mow a bunch of flowers, I'll hit you with the flower joke, don't worry. But we have our 3 of them playing for Team US. Moly Man trying to keep Canada on top. So we are in our final event for Lawn Movember. Oh wow, Jikin actually getting the last second grab of the fuel. You can see the mower actually stopped. The only way to get the mower to stop when it's not on the edge of the screen is for exactly that to happen. A final frame fuel grab. Oh, just get the... It's equally hard to get the fuel than it is to just get the grass. That's a clear. Magic K as well. Both of our final players neck and neck with each other heading into the final lawn. Yeah, it's a weird little sort of like hiccup too that the mower stops. You need to press the button again to make the mower go again. So if you're the sort of player who's constantly holding it all the time, you will sometimes be like, wait, what's happening? Go. This has been a phenomenal attempt from Jeekin. There's the fuel. There's a rock. Waiting. Go. Where is it? Easy. Really nice recovery. Fortunate fuel spawn. I mean, the work on the left side of the puzzle is already done here. Fuel on the right, so you get the grass on the right. You wait for the spawn. Where is it? On the other side. Here we go. It's in the middle, right next to the final grass. 78% for Magic K. It's too late. Jeekin is going to be finishing in 5th place. Is also going to be finishing. That's got to feel good. Congrats to Jeekin. Now, is Magic K going to follow it up right afterwards? This looks pretty good. The fuel's right here. I think all of the grass. Oh, and another fuel can. You could go slow. You could just do it. Yeah. A leisurely victory lap around the final flowers, and that is our finish. Magic K. For Team Canada across the line, well done to all of our players. But it's going to be Jimmy Poopins, Bright Shadow, Muliman, and Sin, who are moving on to the next round of the knockout tournament. So thank you so much to Jeekin Magic K for coming out and participating. So the world record for Lawnmower is under 5 minutes. It used to be like right under 5 minutes. Now it's been starting to push kind of further and further below 5 minutes. So our finishing times this time were all around 5:45, for example. So there's room yet to see more and more mind-blowing speedruns from our racers today. The floor is lower. So we're going to be moving through these rounds faster. We're not going to take the whole 5-minute break. I see Bright Shadow talking in the chat. Are you ready, sir? Hands on mowers, please. Well, you're still typing in the chat. I need to know that you're looking at the... This is really not the... This is highly, highly unprofessional. Alright, I'm just gonna... I'm giving them the 10-second warning. It's on them now. At the end of this event, this race, we're gonna be down to 2. And it'll be a head-to-head race to see who comes out on top. Now, I think it looks pretty grim for Sin. Our other 3 players have been playing phenomenal. Their PBs are way ahead. They're way more practiced, way more excited. But which of these 3 is going to qualify? They were within seconds of each other in the previous round. Jimmy Poopin's opening up with a couple of extra movements, sneaking around on the grass unnecessarily. Not what you want to do on your starting lawn. Sin with a couple of missed movements, tiny little inaccuracies. Barely mean anything. Really, when you race Lawnmower, it's more about don't fuel out than it is about, you know, save frames here and there. Bright Shadow over a rock. Gonna be the first to drop back from the pack. Sin with a really late fuel get. Jimmy's the first one to clear 3. on stream anyway. Their timers are going to be a little bit different. Stream delay, internet being what it is and whatnot. I'll just kind of call it as it appears on screen, but keep in mind that we might be seeing things a little bit shifted in time. So Jimmy's got enough fuel to go all the way around the outside of the level from here. Really satisfying. Moly Man on this same path now too. Bright Shadow having to deviate once to grab the fuel. Actually, wait, he's gonna need to like snake around. Yeah, is gonna need another fuel. So falling behind a little bit. Actually falling behind Sin even, who has done well to keep pace with everyone. It's looking like the two who have been battling out at the top of the leaderboard, trading the record back and forth this month. Our two leaders, Jimmy Poopins and Moly Man. We've officially put the W in Moly Man now. I think probably. I mean, I was saying Molly Man when I was commentating his adventures through the Ultimate Decathlon. But how could I resist calling them Moly Men for this event? But now that I wonder if maybe that is the sort of vowel sound that's supposed to be used here. We're on lawn 6. It's clear for Jimmy. It's about to be clear for Moly Man. Had a little swirl at the end to get that little T-patch. Bright Shadow having a bit of a longer go here. The fuel is going to spawn far away. One of the things that the route that they've come up with, the big advantage that it has, is, and aside from just manipulating fuel spawns, really nice heads up, by the way, Bright Shadow knowing that's enough fuel to get all of this grass as long as I don't let off the gas. So able to save the time of going all the way over to the other side. I lied earlier, I think, when I said all that really matters is not fueling out. That's not quite right. Saving a trip all the way across the stage and all the way back, that's something that can decide a placement among racers this close. So really needed that to keep pace. We're into lawn 8 now. Moly Man and Jimmy. Sin as well on 7. Very close behind, but Bright Shadow's done, joining the leaders on 8. It's looking like it's going to be some clean finishes here. Does Jimmy have enough to finish? No. He needs to go get the fuel. Moly Man does not, so enjoys a slight lead heading into 9. Lawn 8 is another one of these really satisfying ones where the route just works out so nicely. Oh, Jimmy just turned a whole row of begonias into bygonias. That's my flower joke. I hope you all like it. He fuels out on 9 here, whereas Moly Man is pretty late. Pretty late into this lawn. Is looking pretty good for Team Canada. Did not take first place in the last race, but the way the knockout tournament works, you just need to stay in. You just need to keep advancing the rounds. Now that is a quick fuel out in lawn 10. It doesn't cost a lot of time, but it can hurt your confidence. You don't necessarily know where your opponents are. Oh, Sin, 97%, just shy of the fuel can on 7. That's pretty much locked them out of advancing. Moly Man with a really late fuel can pickup. Is looking to lock in a ticket to the final round. 100% for lawn 9. Is it going to be Bright Shadow instead of Jimmy? Fighting for the US in the final round. That's a clear 5 minutes on the dot. I told you it could be done faster. Wow. What a great run for Moly Man. You got to put the fear in your opponents too going into the next round. That's lawn 9 done for Jimmy. But Bright Shadow is ahead here if Bright Shadow just finishes from this point. That's going to be enough to do it. The fuel is there. Couldn't decide. Gonna go back for the fuel. This is enough to finish. That one little patch of grass is annoying, but the control is there. It's gonna be Bright Shadow advancing to the final round. Oh, Sin with another fuel out, hitting the rock in the middle of 8. Jimmy's looking to finish strong. It's going to be a great time. Very few people in the world can clear these lawns as fast as Jimmy just did. But his competition today, in this moment, right now, was better. That cannot be denied. Now, I feel like the odds for bonus points are pretty low. Setting a new personal best is going to be awfully difficult. So I think it's going to be just coming down to the knockout points. If I took the time, I could probably take a look at where we stand and where we'll end up and draw some conclusions. Maybe this is already decided. I've decided I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to call it, and then I'm going to be surprised at the results. Seems like a better way to do it. We got Sin finishing up now on Lawn 9. Bright Shadow threatening to throw and mow all of the flowers in what we call the 100% category for the final round. I'm gonna say, considering that you beat Moly Man in the previous round, I think maybe stream delay made it look like you did, but you didn't. I'm not sure, but you were right there the whole time. Nice finish, weaving around the rocks for Sin. So this game was featured in the Ultimate Decathlon, the event that Moly Man frequently participates in, and it was just one of 10 games, so the players weren't able to, devote all of their time to it. But it lasts for like 2-3 months, so there's a good chunk of time. You get at least like an average of like a week or two to devote to learning each individual game. And the times we saw for Lawnmower, on average, was something like 7 minutes. Like 7 minutes would be like a pretty good time. You would expect to do really well on the field with 7 minutes. Really not uncommon to see even the best players in the event getting like 9-10 minutes. So basically the field has been elevated. Everyone has fine-tuned their mowers. Sin's got kind of a mess all over the place. Clipped the flower. Would have had enough fuel, I think, to get to that fuel can. But the flower clinched it. So we're on the last ride here for Sin. I hope we get it clear here. Oh, the flower! That's one of those things where, like, maybe if Sin had mowed the flower the first time confidently, would have maybe got to the fuel, but did a little up-down hesitation. But yeah, Sin has been knocked out of the knockout tournament. We're watching just because we want to see people win. We want to see the screen say, well done. And rightfully so. And then we have the finals of our Lawnmower World Cup 2023. Oh, that rock has just clinched it, I think. Yeah, if there was a lucky fuel spawn, maybe Sin could have got bailed out, but that was the absolute worst place it could have spawned. One thing that happens in this game is you get a little gun shy. When you make a mistake and something goes wrong, and you immediately tend to be like, I'm gonna be safer, I'm gonna take less risks, I'm gonna slow down, I'm gonna avoid these obstacles, and it can sometimes be bad just to do something differently, even if it might quote unquote be a better strategy or whatever. If it's just not what you're used to, you're gonna be less practiced at it. So for a lot of reasons, it's important to keep your confidence up. Now, I'm gonna slow down and finish it out here. I can appreciate it with everything on the line. There's the well done. Sin is done. And that means, well, points are awarded first of all to both Sin and Jimmy Poopins for advancing to the round of 4. It's time to see what points are awarded and to who. The finals. The end. The capstone event of Lawn Movember 2023. It's going to be Bright Shadow for the US versus Moly Man from Canada. I think we're joined on perhaps commentary.
Yep.
By Jimmy Poopins.
I'm back.
Whose TV is blasting through this microphone. All right, there we go.
You don't want to hear the well done music?
I like to imagine it's the mower. You're like down on the pits, you know.
Oh yeah.
With all the mowers are running back. This sound of grass flying through the air and everything.
Got our headphones on.
Fresh off the action.
I was trying to play the well done music for you for doing a well done on commentary.
Oh, thank you very much. It's great. It's great to have you back. Though I'm sure you would have rather have been down there, huh?
Honestly, I feel off my game today, and my controller is being funky. So I'm glad to have Bright Shadow doing well and see how he can do against Moly Man.
I am too. I'm asking the players if they're ready. We only gotta check if there's 2 of them. Because that's all that's left. They've all been knocked out. I would say Moly Man's the favorite here, but
Yeah.
it's not like a... It's pretty close, I think.
The first race was really close, right?
Very close. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what stream delay was doing, but it was literally like bing, bam, bam.
Yeah.
You were 3 seconds apart, the 3 of you. At most. Probably 2 seconds.
Yeah. I think I saw myself finish first on stream, but looking at the timers, I think Bright Shadow was a little faster. But yeah, we're off. You know more about their strategies, so I'm not going to be like, oh wow, he's doing this crazy thing, because they've already heard it.
Well, I mean, watching all 4 at once, let me tell you, it's been difficult to absorb any very specific strategies or differences that the players might. I'm mostly just desperately trying to call out when any little thing has gone right or wrong for any of the players.
I do like Bright Shadow's Lawn 2. I was thinking about something like that. I want to play with that, see if that's faster.
The classic over the rock both ways for an instant fuel out on 3. That can happen.
You already mentioned there's a 1 point difference, right? So this decides it all.
I did not.
Yeah, I put the points in right now. It is I think 18 France or 18 Canada and 17 USA. So yeah, this is it. This decides
everything rests on the shoulders of these 2.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. These are the stakes. Moly Man jumps out to the early lead. Bright Shadow is going to have enough fuel, just barely, to get around this edge here, so does not need to go get another one.
Holy Man is on fire though.
Has just looked really good. It was like a 5-minute time last time. Like you cannot ask for better than that in a race.
Yeah, the way that Bright Shadow will win this is to have Molly Man like mess up at 99% or something.
Right.
Which does happen. Okay, he made a little goof on lawn 6 there.
Yeah, there's an awkward little patch of grass there. This is not a lawn that you want to make a goof on, you know?
Yeah,
you have your plan is to introduce order into this chaos when you follow the route. And once you get off the route, it's gone. You're left with only the chaos. So that was a really nice recovery.
It's like we're being joined by Macho Man on a yeah.
It's not a John Deere. I don't know what that brand is. I'm sorry.
It's raw footage of Molly Man right now.
That's his webcam?
Yeah.
We're into lawn 7. Molly Man looks unstoppable. Fuel can in the top left is going to force a slight detour, but it is only very slight. So Bright Shadow can't finish here. He needs to go all the way back to the left for fuel, then finish.
Mm-hmm.
Wisely decides.
Oh, that's gonna be tough to recover from.
Oh, it was the right call, though.
Yeah.
Was that it? Did Lawn Movember just get decided? Molly Man is running away with it on lawn 8.
True, yeah. So lawn 9, I think Molly Man has a pretty safe lawn 9 and lawn 10. Meaning, things are going to have to go pretty wrong here.
If there was ever a game where something could go wrong even to the very best, like this has got to rank really highly on the list, right?
Yeah. We need that to happen, and then a huge momentum, falling, but that is not happening. Canada looks like they are going to take this.
It's a really clean start. Expertly weaving through the grass to use up every little bit of fuel. Now we got one tiny little mistake.
Yeah. But he's adjusting well, right? He played it off very smoothly. He's gonna have to get another fuel. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, that might be it.
That's gonna be it. Wow.
453. That is a godlike time from Molly Man in the finals here of Lawn Movember 2023. What a finish! It's Team Canada taking home the cup.
That for reference, the third place time is a 4:57.
Yeah. There are very few people in the world who could have ever beaten Molly Man in this race.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta tell you, when I was in the Ultimate Decathlon as a commentator, we had a team event. And so I was able to sort of join for a little bit. And I was on Molly Man's team. We played Lawnmower for our team. And I was somewhere around like 9 minutes or something. Molly Man put up a really good 6-minute time. It was one of the best times of the tournament. And together we scored the most points out of all of the teams for Ultimate Decathlon for that tournament. So performing under pressure for their team, certainly I'm not surprised to see Molly Man doing it so well. A really great 6:03 from Bright Shadow to finish, by the way. Well done, indeed.
So funny, I actually forgot to put Sin's point in for surviving. So if Bright Shadow had won that, it would have been a tie. but Canada wins by 2.
Canada wins by 2. GG, WD. Well done. Thank you so
WD.
much. We're going to see if we can talk to our players. Probably, right?
I hope so. Yeah.
It'd be nice to hear from them before we wrap up. Let me get the results on screen here.
I want to hear Jaikin too. Just put out a like call to arms for next year.
They're already immediately pinging their team members.
Oh
to be
yeah.
like, thank you so much for being a part of the team, and yeah, really, really great display of sportsmanship for sure.
France is they've won on the sportsmanship side for sure.
Yeah,
All
that's
right, we're gonna bring in the winner, Molly Man, and well, Canada is the winning team. Winner of that race, Molly Man, and the runner-up, Bright Shadow. Congratulations, Molly Man, on winning that race, which decided the event, and Canada
Thanks.
wins. That was quite the run.
So what can I say except well done?
Well done.
Well done.
So what kind of time for an event like this are you sort of expecting? Like, what's a number where you're like, yeah, that was good, I feel good about that?
To be fair, I thought I would have made a 6 minute 5:13, but not those time.
Yeah,
Well, that
that's
was
what I mean.
something.
Like, I'm trying to communicate just how good this last run was at 4:53. It's pretty wild.
That was basically the same except the death on Loud 10 on my previous run. I didn't have that much time since this week to play, so I'm really surprised by how I play on everything and this event, except the Rumak. I thought I made many faults, honestly. But I'm really happy overall about how I played.
As you should be.
And GG Magic for Team Canada. We take the cup this time.
So
yeah,
Canada finished first in every event, by the way. The only reason USA was close is because me and Bright Shadow were getting like second and third in bonus points.
Yeah, but to be fair, you didn't play the Rumak. I think USA would have finished first if you did it.
Yeah, I mean it's okay because we were up a member also. Actually had given us a point penalty. But even without that penalty, you still won. I gave a -1 point penalty, so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So
Bright Shadow. Yeah.
You had what was it? Lawn 7?
7. Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as I ooped on 7, I was just like, well, that's it.
I mean, so you got to keep going, right? You never know what's going to happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he could have lost internet connection or like caught on fire. Or, you know, who knows?
I could have choked. Also,
but like, I mean, yeah, my PB in any percent is 510. So.
Yeah, you can't do much when the person you're racing against beats your PB by what 17 seconds.
Yeah,
that's absurd.
Jimmy knows that's a good strategy to win a race.
I've been known to do that in Ninja Gaiden, but yeah, I mean, still you had a pretty good time, you know, for a race. That was quite the knockout tournament.
I was hoping for more in like the 520 area. That's like where I felt like I hit most frequently.
Yeah, I think that's a good time to aim for. That's kind of what Molly Man was saying, and yeah. Well, yeah. Let's. I mean, any final words, Molly Man or Bright Shadow?
Thanks, Jimmy, for everything for the tournament. That was really fun to participate, like every time. And thanks, Mystical, for the commentary, and thanks, Bright Shadow, Jikin, Magic, and everyone who participates. Really awesome event.
Yeah. I also want to give, I mean, we'll do some, I have some closing things to say, so I'll say those later. But Bright Shadow, any last words?
No, I had a good time. I didn't have a heart attack somehow, and yeah,
It's 3 hours of sleep too, right?
yeah. I'm not tired anymore. I think the adrenaline has taken over.
Jaikin, you wanna? Well, first off, thanks for sticking in it. Yeah, it was great. Great being able to have 3 teams for this. Do you want to give any words?
Well, you mentioned it was great to have 3 teams, so thanks to our French-speaking Canadian to have been on France team previous years.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mullyman was holding it down for team French, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah, that's why at the time I made a logo with the flag of the French-speaking.
To be fair, at the time, Sejouf was better than me. He was on our base beast.
Yeah.
But
You
that
guys
was
crushed
4 years
the
ago.
first event. Yeah. The first event was not even close. I remember I raced because it was the relay and I went last and I was playing against no
I
one.
remember
It was already
the first 2 years were fun because the team having the world record owner lost.
Right. Yeah.
Like every time it seems, Jimmy took the WR this year by quite a margin.
Well, no, in the third year we lost and you had the. No, we lost and Jimmy had the record.
Oh, that one time. Okay.
The third
maybe
time,
yes, I remember 2021, I think.
Yeah.
That's right. We've done this a couple of times now. We're building up a story, a legacy.
Well, I'm also very glad that Sayuf was able to come and do the events that he did. I know he's busy, but yeah, it's great to have that original, French team attendees. I do hope that, you all can get some recruits and beef that team up for next year.
Yeah, I hope Sacré Jutes will continue to play the game and be a runner, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did a really good job in the blind race, so absolutely. You got to convince Sayuf to keep playing too. Okay, so I think we can kind of conclude it here. I'll give my final words, which thanks everyone for participating. It was a lot of fun holding this. It always is. We'll do another one next year for sure. Be sure to play the game if you haven't. I forgot. I was going to make a link to the Discord. Are you enjoying the community? You tell your friends, get everyone playing Lawnmower. You can join the team
if you want to be the blind racer for
That's true.
your country.
That's true. We're running out of blind racers because every time, we lose 3. So we got to find that. But yeah, it's the more people, the merrier. This new format, I think, works well for having everyone give contributions. And I'm glad people enjoyed the new rando and the ROM hack. I also want to give a big thanks to Myth for sitting through all of this commentary, and it's got to be tiring to just talk about Lawnmower for 4 hours. I mean,
you'd be surprised how much I find myself willing to talk about this game at length. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, and also a thank to 2 other shout outs. One is to Dark Alexander, who has been doing the the restreaming, and he's done a fantastic job with all of the different. There's been 7 people playing and very quick transitions and everything, adjusting the names and stuff. So thanks a lot for that, being willing to do that, and thanks Best of Ness for letting us put this on your channel. I hope we can do it again next year. And
I hope too.
Yeah,
So too.
Best of Nets is starting, right? We should at least mention that while we're here.
Yeah,
marathon?
that was my plan with the
Right.
with the
Go
sign
for it.
off.
I'll giving the mic to Myth now. Thanks everyone.
Yeah, well, if you love NES games, you're in the right place here, the Best of NES channel. You should follow it because on December 7th, the Best of NES marathon is starting up. Again, we're back. We're coming back. It's world record holders and top players are playing through their NES games as fast as they can. We're going to be going all through the weekend, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. We will not be going through the night this time, so you're not going to have to worry about missing your favorite run or staying up till 4 a.m. or whatever. It'll be a great time. There's a lot of great names. I'll put the schedule here in the chat.
I will say there is Lawnmower on there.
There sure is.
We're gonna do a rando, like of the actual rando, which is hard, and then an 80% race.
And if anyone wants a link to the Best of NES Discord as well, I'll put that in there. That's where you can find us. Otherwise, just come on back. Thursday, December 7th, bright and early. We're starting at like 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern time or something like that. The Best of NES. Look forward to it. Thank you so much once again to all of our players, organizers, restreamers, commentators. It was another successful Lawn Movember, and thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll see you next time.
See you next time.
See ya.
Bye.
See you next time.